Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and this is May 12th, YC127, and this is the Eve Universe Show! Welcome, 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 guys. How's it going? We are kicking it old school today. We are going to be doing Abyss. We're going to be doing a skin giveaway. We're going to be talking about the Abyss and the rewards and all that kind of stuff. Once again, guys, when I first started streaming back in 2019, I think it was, this was one of my major things that we did was, the Abyss is really good for streamers. It's really good for everybody. I think that the Abyss is one of the best places to do PvE content. It's a great place for players to learn the game, learn how to fly, practice their flying skills, etc., etc. The Abyss is just a great place to do content. And we are going to be covering that. I've got my Hila today. We've decided that today we're going to start at the beginning. This is the starter trainer Hila. Now, obviously, there are cheaper fits. There are easier ways to take your first steps into the Abyss with things like Kestrels and Punishers and all kinds of different frigates and options, and even destroyers, and even T1 cruisers that work in T0 and T1 and those kinds of things for the Abyss. But I love this particular Hila as a starter for learning to get into T3 Abyss. And if you don't know what I'm talking about right now, if all these terms aren't necessarily making sense, we are going to kind of go over all of these things. Let me make sure my mic is not peaking. But how's it going, guys? It is Monday. Also, in addition to that, I made a mistake, kind of. Hold on, let me double check something. And then after we run some Abyss, I do want to do a little the stream of the little things. The little things panel. We have a bunch of new videos from FanFest. So we do want to kind of go over that too, but this week is Abyss Week. Why is this week Abyss Week, you might ask? Well, in FanFest, at FanFest, we learned that the next expansion is coming, which will be in 25 days. So less than 3 weeks to go before that's happening. And we want to get ready for that. And one of the new things that's coming is a new Marauder, a Tech 2 version of the Leshak. And so one of the things that we're going to cover over the next several weeks, is it 15 days? My bad, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. One of the things that that we're going to be discussing this in the next couple of weeks, I guess 2 weeks. My bad. Hey, what's up, Roughnecks? Is kind of the pieces and the components of how we can get ready for this stuff, right? And to build a Babaroga, which is the T2 Triglavian battleship, you need to start with a Leshak. You need the blueprint for invention, and you need a base Leshak to build the advanced Leshak. Now, we don't necessarily know that for sure, but that's basically always true. So if we look at the Paladin here, we can go to the Paladin blueprint, and we can see that the Paladin actually... Really? Yeah. The Paladin itself requires an Apocalypse, because the Apocalypse is the T1 Paladin. And if we go to the Apocalypse ship, we can see that the Apocalypse blueprint, if you make a copy of it, and then do invention on it, this is how you get a Paladin blueprint, right? So this is true for almost all T2, especially T2 ships. You get the basic T1 version, BPC, and then you do an invention on that using special doodads. So in this case, we've got Amarian Starship Engineering and High Energy Physics. And out pops a blueprint of the Paladin. And then once you have the blueprint of the Paladin, it takes another Apocalypse to build it. So you're going to need to build yourself a Leshak, and you're going to need at least 2 Leshak BPCs, one to do the building and one to invent, which of course you're probably going to want more than 2 because invention is not guaranteed. So you might need some extra. Now, we're going to speculate a little bit about what other materials you're going to need and whatnot. But today we're focusing on things that we absolutely know that you're going to need. So as you can see, there's a bunch of T2 materials and stuff for the Paladin. If we look at, let's say, we're going to do the same thing for a Triglavian ship real quick. If we take a Vedmak, we can see that a Vedmak takes 0-point condensate, Isogen 10, a bunch of normal materials, as well as the auto integrity, preservation seals, and life support backup units. These two are the R4 reactables that are used in battleships and a lot of faction ships, including the Triglavian ships. And the minerals are, of course, the normal minerals for a cruiser, but they have the additional 0-point condensate and Isogen 10. These two are coming out of the Abyss. So yeah, this is a Vedmak. We're working with a Vedmak because I'm showing it with a Vedmak and an Iki Tursa because that's something we have right now. So in order to build an Iki Tursa, which would be the heavy assault cruiser, so one step down from the Baba Yaga, we would need to have a Vedmak blueprint, these materials, including the crystalline Isogen 10 and the 0-point condensate, and we would take a copy of the Vedmak, we'll invent it to make an Iki Tursa. So we can see here that we need the Vedmak, some RAM, which is very easy to get, and then we have this cluster of like T2 materials. Now, 5 of these T2 materials are special. So this radiation absorption thruster, singularity radiation converter, 0-point field manipulator, trinary state processor, and lattice-locked deca isogen. These are probably going to be the big bottleneck for a lot of people because this is the Triglavian salvage. Now, these other 3, radar sensor clusters, titanium, the armor plate, and the shield emitter, these are going to be kind of the unknowns. These are normal T2 materials. So if we go here, we can see that this stuff is basically for Caldari ships. We can see here all of the stuff that comes out of this material are the Caldari T2 ships, and you know some T2 like armor plates and stuff like that. But so, and then to build this, we need titanium carbide. This is basically, as you go back, this stuff is moon goo. Specifically the Caldari moon, the Caldari style moon goo to make this armor plate. And the shield emitter is also going to be, Caldari related, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, all the Caldari stuff there and all the Caldari stuff there. So basically, this thing takes a Caldari armor plate, Caldari shield emitter, plus the trig salvage and a radar sensor cluster. Why? Well, this is one of those weird facts that people might not realize, but each of the currently existing Triglavian ships T2 Triglavian ships are not developed by the Triglavians. Is there any other place to find, besides the Abyss, to find crystalline Isogen 10? No. Besides the market. So this ship, you can actually read, using the Triglavian Vedmak class cruiser as a basis, the designers of the Iki Tursa has fashioned a powerful heavy assault cruiser from the already potent core design. The Iki Tursa has been adapted for capsuleer service using systems based on the venerable Eagle class heavy assault cruiser. So each of the T2 Triglavian ships that we have so far, there are 4 of them, each of them is made by one of the 4 core empires, right? The Nurgles by the Galente, the Draugr by the Mimitar, the Iki Tursa by the Caldari, and the Zarmazd by the Amar. Caldari need armor too. Like all Triglavian, or like all Caldari ships take Caldari armor plating. Basically the idea is that each of the 4 empires use a different material in their armor plating. So it's the Caldari material for armor plates, aka, yes, Swiss cheese. At any rate, so why do I bring up this? Because when it comes to the Leshak, or more importantly, the Baba Yaga, these 2 pieces here are the ones that we do not know. Why? Because guess what? The Baba Yaga is the first truly Triglavian T2 ship. The Babaroga. I call it Baba Yaga. We're going to go with that. So the Baba Yaga is made by the Velisclade, not any of the previous empires. So while I assume it will take some sort of armor plate and some sort of shield emitter, as pretty much all T2 ships, I believe, do, I don't know which one or if a new one will be produced. They could, in theory, just increase the amount of trig salvage that are required. But these are the big unknowns. Chances are it will require a radar sensor cluster. Radar sensor clusters are the Amarian sensor cluster. We can actually see, if we go to show info, all of the Amar T2 ships take it, but also all of the Triglavian T2 ships take it. Here's the Zarmaz down here. We have the Draugr, the Ikitursa, and the reason why is because here's a little, little known fact, I guess, which is that when in doubt, a ship takes Amarian radar systems. Like this is I know we're kind of off the track right now, but there's a lot of useful information here. Each of the 4 empires have their own way of, doing detection of what's around you, right? Radar, LADAR, gravimetric, etc. So, and in fact, if we go to our jammers, we can see, hold on. Will this work? No. ECM. Yeah. So we can see like this gravimetric ECM means that Caldari is blue. So I could tell you that Caldari ships use gravimetric. Likewise, if we come down here to like magnometric, this is the tealish Galente color. So magnometric is what Galente use. LADAR, red, what Mimitar use. Radar, gold, what Amar use. But when in doubt, things tend to use Amar, right? Now, obviously, if things like pirate ships have subcomponents and all that stuff, but like SOE takes Amar and Trig take Amar. Does Edencom? Hold on. If we pull up the Stormbringer, we can check in its attributes that it takes, nope, it takes gravimetric. So yeah, it's not always the case, but it is true with the Trig that Trig take radar across the board. So the chances are that the Babaroga, yes, Babaroga is a different pronunciation for Baba Yaga. That's why I use them interchangeably. So the Baba Yaga will likely take a radar sensor cluster, or radar sensor clusters, radiation absorption thrusters, and all these other ones. Now, where did these come from? This is going to be the tricky one, okay? These come from Triglavian ships in K-Space and Pochvin. So, Rasnaborgs in systems connected to Pochvin via wormhole, Triglavian minor victories, and Pochvin itself. Now, what this means is that chances are people are going to have to kill Triglavians in order to salvage their wrecks, although there are ways of doing it otherwise. So these are going to be probably both the rare and expensive portion of the Baba Yaga, and it is worth noting that the prices of all of these basically tripled as soon as the Babaroga was announced. So that is something to think about. But today we're just working on the basic pieces for the Leshak and the BPC for the invention of the Baba Yaga. We're, dealing with salvage and stuff is something we're going to have to figure out later. So that covers that. Now then, what are we going to do? We are going to go into the Abyss. Nope, that's not the right one. And before we do, I would like to introduce you to my Abyssal cheat sheet, because I want to kind of talk a little bit about the Abyss on a broader spectrum before we dig into the details. The Abyss, for those of you who do not know, is a 3-room, semi-randomized, timed dungeon. You get 20 minutes in order to complete 3 challenges. Basically, there is a gate in each room that does not open until all hostile rats are out of commission, which normally means destroyed, but we will talk about the one big exception as we go forward. And then each room will have a box called the bioadaptive cache or the biocombative cache, depending on if you're doing cruisers, frigates, or destroyers. And they will also have extra, what's called subnodes or extraction nodes and extraction subnodes, right? Now, that basic cache is between you and the gate when you first come in, and it is the primary loot of each room. The subnodes and nodes are not guaranteed to be there. They're not designed to, or they're not guaranteed to have really good loot. They're designed to be kind of a bonus thing. The common wisdom is you only go after nodes and subnodes if you can do so without greatly extending your runtime, because it's always better to just jump into the Abyss again rather than like spend the extra time to get every single node and subnode. However, there is something to note, which is that depending on which weather, there are 5 different weathers in the Abyss. Depending on which weather you choose, will also determine what kind of rewards you get out of them. And so you can see that actually in the lower right-hand corner of my Abyssal cheat sheet, or where we see electrical, dark, exotic, firestorm, gamma. And so the electrical will get, the dark and the gammas will give crystalline isogen 10. The firestorms and exotics will give 0-point condensate, and electricals give a mix of both. Now, they also affect what kind of mutaplasmids you get, which we'll talk about those probably later. But it talks about what modules, basically, you're going for when it comes to mutaplasmids. So electricals do cap-related things, newts and batteries. Dark does propulsion-based things, afterburners, micro-warp drives. Exotics do disruption, like E-War. So you've got warp disruptors and webs. Firestorms give plates and armor reps, and gammas do shields and shield boosters. Each of the weathers have their own bonuses that are associated with bonuses and penalties, I should say, that affect you while you are in the weather. If you go into the agency, into Abyssal Dead Space, and then Filaments and Weather, you can see the different weather effects, where each of the different weathers have one bonus and one tank effect, one tank penalty most of the time, right? So in this case, the electrical bonuses your capacitor recharge rate, so you have significantly more capacitor, but reduces the EM resistances of everybody inside. Firestorm gives higher armor hit points, but reduced thermal resistance. Gamma does bonus to shield hit points and penalty to explosive resistance. Exotics give bonus to scan resolution, but a penalty to kinetic resistances. And darks are a little different. Darks, their tank bonus is that everybody gets, either way. Darks make everybody go faster and makes everybody's turrets cuts their optimal range and fall off down. So what that means is that, like, darks are usually the special snowflake. The rest of them are all weather based. And in general, the Hila represents kind of one of the strongest ships in the Abyss overall. Now, I strongly recommend that you basically tune your ship, or get a ship that is tuned for the weather that you're going to be doing, that maximizes the weather capabilities that you're going to be doing. And this week, for Abyss Week, we will be covering 5 different cruisers, one for each weather, okay? Now, technically speaking, this Abyss ship, most Abyss ships, like I said, should be specified to one specific weather. However, in this case, exotics and firestorms are roughly equivalent for the Hila. The Hila actually gets bonused for kinetic and thermal missile damage. So they do really good in exotics and firestorms, right? So this is actually my Abyss Exo Firestorm T3 trainer build made by Fonsui back in the day. And I strongly recommend this build for people just learning the Abyss. It is very cheap compared to other builds. This says 550. Usually you can get it for like 450 or so, depending on how you want to do it. The fit is in the comments down below. This should be able to run T3s all day long without any implants or drugs or anything like that, although I do have some basic drugs with me. Now, the way this works is, because this can run exotics and firestorms, you can think about it as firestorms is just being hard mode version of exotics, okay? The exotic doesn't really provide much for any, like the scan resolution's fine, but that firestorm bonus increases the hit points of your opponents as well as yourself, but you don't care about armor hit points, you're a shield ship. And in addition to that, a lot of the big hitters in the Abyss do thermal damage. So firestorms and exotics are very similar mechanically for what we're about to do. But the exotics is kind of easy mode and firestorms are the hard mode. And because of that, one thing that's worth noting before we even begin is that when you're thinking about the rewards of these sites, right? In theory, a firestorm and a T3 firestorm and a T3 exotic should be worth about the same amount, right? Where, you know, the amount of loot that you're going to get, et cetera, is going to be roughly the equivalent for both T3s. However, because exotics are so much more easy than firestorms, a lot more people end up doing exotics, which makes their filaments significantly more expensive. As you can see by this estimate, the Firestorm exotic filament is worth 4 million ISK a piece. Now, a T3 Abyss will give you, on average, somewhere between 7 to 10 million ISK per run. So it's worth noting that, like, basically here, that you could theoretically have a run that loses you money because it's 4 million ISK a filament. If you get less than 7 million ISK, then, or if you get less than that, then you've actually lost money running the Abyss. And the Firestorm, however, is worth 103,000 ISK. So basically, if you run Firestorms, it's 100% profit. Whereas if you're running exotics, you're actually having to compensate for the cost of the filaments itself. And this is true all the way up and down the filaments. Now, there are little things where certain filaments are more expensive than others at certain tiers, and that's basically based on which, like, there's different ships that are better at different tiers, and so if there's a really good ship that for a specific tier, it can often make the changes, make things cost differently depending on which tier they are often operating at. For example, I don't know if this is true right now, but like darks are usually pretty cheap until you get to like T5, because people used to love to do T5 dark with Hawks. But so here we're seeing that like exotic ends up being a really good training set, and then you can go to Firestorms later. However, because today, like, we have a different ship later this week for Firestorms, today we're going to be focusing on the exotic section of this Hila. I just wanted to give you guys some background information. If there's any questions, comments, concerns at any time here, let me know. Also, the cheat sheet that I showed earlier, this one is linked down below, as well as all of the other infographics that are on our Notion. This allows us to identify all the different enemies. I'm probably going to pull this up quite a bit. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we jump into it? Did I miss anything? All right. So, I have my ship. Let me double check. No implants to speak of. Firestorms are cheapest because absolutely all rats in them are buffed, since there exist rats with armor but not shield. Well, there are rats that are shield-based in the Abyss. There's not nearly as many. But yes, the idea is that Firestorms just provide a ton more raw hit points for you to have to crunch through, which takes a lot, like, It just makes it take more time, more chance of you timing out. Remember, you've only got 20 minutes to get all 3 rooms done. So one of the threats that you have, like each ship has different threats, different things that will kill them, right? Sometimes a ship will be potentially, you know, like an extremely damaging room. If you don't handle it correctly, then you might take too much damage and so die. Or like a very common Abyss fit from back in the day was a purely passive Hila that had no cap battery. And there is actually one that's I saw kicking around that's like in electricals or whatever that's supposed to be pretty good, but I don't necessarily trust any Abyss fit that doesn't have a cap battery because there's newts in there, right? So there could just be, like, under the correct conditions, you get newted out by some drifter stuff and the drifter battleship pegs you and you're dead, right? But another example is like the Sacrilege. The Sacrilege is very strong in all the different weathers. It is very good tank, but because it's missiles, it has a difficult time with damage and sometimes a difficult time with applying. So, for instance, if you get the Triglavian frigate room, you can actually spend so much time killing them that you end up timing out in the end. Or the Stormbringer, which we'll be showing later this week. You know, its one weakness is if you get 3 potatoes, the three of the rogue drone battleships, it can't really deal with that because it throws it up. Am I planning on doing cheap T1 cruisers on this adventure? This is the cheapest one that we're going to show off this week. There's lots of good ships out there. As far as like starter, like super starter, very cheap builds. In fact, we have several of the suggestions in the convocation. But here's the thing. In my opinion, Tier 0 and Tier 1 are to teach you the physical layout of the Abyss, right? It shows you where you can learn where the cache is. You learn about where the rats spawn. You can learn about the boundary, all that kind of stuff. And it's sort of safe environment. It's more about the physical mechanics of the Abyss itself, because at best you're going to get like 1, maybe 2 rats, and they're not going to be E-War related necessarily. Most of the time it's just damage based. So there's not much to consider when it comes to the threats in the Abyss. It's mostly just about the mechanics of the Abyss for T1 and T0. T2 is to teach you about the types of rats in the Abyss. At this point, you can have all the different types of rats. You can have all the different kinds of E-War and learn how to deal with them. But they're still, the groups are so small that you're basically dealing with only one kind of threat at a time. T3 is when you learn the encounters. You now have enough rats on field for actual combinations to happen. That teach you about what sort of real threats are there in the Abyss. And then T4, 5, and 6 are, in my opinion, kind of just more extreme examples of that, right? So my advice to people is you pick up T0, T1, you run those until you're bored. With a lot of people, that's just like 1 or 2 runs. Now, I want to stress, with frigates, actually, frigates get triple the reward, and so effectively frigates are 1 tier higher than the cruiser version. So frigate T1 would be reward-wise about the same as if cruiser tier 2, okay? So frigates often, especially solo frigates, are T0 tier 1 locked. If you can't really go above tier 1 unless you are talking about like some things like hook bills, but a lot of assault frigates. There are some combinations of frigates that go above 1 or 2, but like very little solo, right? Hey, Riley. Hey, Riley. But I think that T3, especially for Cruiser Abyss, is the bread and butter, all right? It's where you start getting at least, 8 to 10 million ISK per run. It should take you about 10 minutes to run. You're getting close to about that 1 million ISK per minute. Solar Retribution Electric 3 almost killed me last week. Frigs are hard. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, T3 for a frigate is pretty hard and pretty touch and go. But the point is that I recommend people run T0 until Tier 1 until they're bored, which should be pretty soon. Tier 2 until they're bored, or at least until you've seen every single room, which by that I mean, you've seen the Triglavian room, Well, the Triglavian Kiki room, the Triglavian Battleship room, the Triglavian Rogue Drone room, the Rogue Drone room, the Concord room, the Drifter room. You know, make sure you've seen Charybdis Tyrannos, the Angel Cartel room, the Sancha room, so that way you at least have a good idea of what all of the different rat types are. And then you get to T3, and you just stay there forever. Like, I recommend running at least 100 T3s. T3 Abyss is the equivalent of level 4 missions, basic ANOM ratting. You know, it's that 1 million ISK per minute, somewhere between 40 to 60 million ISK an hour, depending on how it goes, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of where we're at, and this is the ship that's going to get you there. You can grab this ship for about 400 to 500 million, well, 450 to 550 million, and then just run T3s all day. And this is now your new bread and butter, and you run it until you understand every single thing. You run it until at least something scares you, because you want to know the key behind running T3. And I suggest running T3 anytime you get into a new ship in the Abyss when it comes to cruisers. Like, you never just skip. I don't care how fancy the ship is. You do not want to just jump directly into T5 or T4 or T6. You want to run the T3 because you want to know what specifically threatens that ship, right? Different ships are threatened by different things. Really good example of this. A few years ago, I bought myself a Deimos. I felt really good about it. I ran like 5 different T3s. Ishtars can actually be pretty decent in the Abyss. I ran, you know, I don't know, 4 or 5 T3s, and I thought I had it. I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought it was really badass. Jumped into T4s, and I think it was my second run. Happened to get too many ghosting Damavics. Made the wrong decision. Lost my 5 billion ISK Deimos, like literally within hours of buying it on stream. It was very, very sad. But I learned my lesson, which is use T3s to get your basics understanding of the ship. Learn its strengths and its weaknesses, because once you get to T4 and above, it's game on, and they will punish you for your mistakes. Yeah. I think that I've got a lot more to say about the Abyss, but we're going to jump into it. But first, I'm going to start my giveaway. I plunder the Abyss and you plunder my skin collection! Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win one of these. One of these. Oh yeah, by the way, we still have blueprints. If somebody, there are 2 days left to get the event track done. If you are interested in the blueprints, we still are offering them 100 blueprints for 500 million, and I can help you out. Thank you to Sakru for these skins. We have the Dragon Phoenix skin, the Empyrean Outlaw skin, which this one's pretty cool. When you win a fight in PvP, if you get a killing blow, it flashes lightning on the skulls. And we have the Helmet's Harrier skin, which is more of an RP skin because Helmet Harrier is one of the groups within the Garistas. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Let's go ahead and jump into the first Abyss and see what happens. Oh, yeah, shit. Can't see it. Fuck. Hold on, hold on. I'll show him again. I'll show him again. I'll show him again. I'll show him again. Also, you can see down below me, I have Peld running. Peld is Pytha Eve live damage meters. It'll allow me to you to see my incoming DPS, outgoing DPS, incoming newts, etc., etc. As we do this, we have the Hila Dragon Phoenix skin. It's very nice red and gold. Here is the Imperial Outlaw skin, which is the one with the lightning when you get a killing blow. And it says Steal the Future. And the Helmet's Harrier skin, you'll get your choice of any of these 3 that you might want. So, In order to run the Abyss, the first thing you got to do is find a system that is capable of doing it, that you can do it in. Now, for T3, I think you can do it kind of wherever you want. You just are not allowed to do it in T1 or T2, or sorry, 1.0 or 0.9 systems. I'm pretty sure T3 doesn't have any suspect flag problems. But when in doubt, go ahead and set your safety to green. The higher the tier, the lower the security status that you have to be at in order to run the Abyss, system security. So I'm going to pick a random bookmark that I have within the system. One of the big threats, especially if you have an expensive fit, is, you know, you might come out of the Abyss with a bunch of tornadoes pointed at you. So it's important to find a good place to do your Abyss and to use a safe and hope for the best. No problem, Ragtag. You can always go back and watch some of the basics at the beginning. So, you get to your location. You select one cruiser on the filament. Double-click in space or something to move, so that way you break your invuln. When I hit activate, you're going to see my capacitor flash. When my capacitor flashes, that means I'm in the Abyss fully, and I can start turning on my modules. This fit itself is cap stable. So I should be good to go to run all of my modules in the Abyss. I will be going after the biocache, and I have a tractor beam to go after the nodes and subnodes, because the nodes and subnodes are often buried in the rock, and so not only are they out of your way, but also if you actually try to go after them, you can get bounced off the geometry of the rocks, which can cause a real problem depending on how things are going. So I like to use the tractor beam, so that way I can just blow up the cache or the node and then just tractor it to me and drag it behind me as I go. We'll definitely see that. So when I jump in each room, I evaluate the room, see not only what threats there are, but also if there are any nodes and subnodes that I can grab in time. So one of the reasons why we're sticking with the Hila first is because the Hila is an incredibly strong ship. It's basically able to do the Abyss almost without your input. Now, because we are doing the kinetic resistance exotic storm, we will be using Caldari Navy Vespas, because Caldari drones have do kinetic damage, but also the good shields on a Vespa makes them a very good drone to use in the Abyss, because they can kind of take care of themselves a little bit more. Drones have a hard time in the Abyss overall, because there's a lot of threats to drones out there. The Hila works so well because it comes with this natural 300% bonus, sorry, 250% bonus to all drone hit points and 500% bonus to damage. So it's going to bring a lot of damage with your drones, but more importantly, it makes those medium drones extra survivable. So while you do want to use the correct drones for the weather, this is one of the reasons why exotic filaments are so good, because the Hila is so good at kinetic. Yes, a lot of times the nodes and subnodes are at the edge of the battlefield. And like I said, you don't necessarily want to increase your time too much. So let's go ahead and jump in. It flashed, so we can turn everything on. We don't want to move right away, because that would give them the ability to start locking us. We have drifter ships, but we have no drifter battleship. So we can just kind of kill them. And we have an extraction node at 48 kilometers. So I'm going to start heading that direction. Let them start locking me, and then launch my drones, so that way they don't attack my drones. And get to work. Now, the extraction node and subnodes, like my tractor beam is 24 kilometers. So I want to get within 24 kilometers of the extraction node, shoot it, and then loot it. Now, if I'm about to shoot this node, I'm approaching it right now. If I was to shoot it, it would actually, like, and I die, or it dies, my ship would automatically stop moving. Given certain circumstances, that would be incredibly bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click next to the node and then shoot it with my missiles. That kills it, but keeps my momentum going. Now I can lock the wreck and start moving this direction. I use a lot of manual piloting when I'm in the Abyss. And I can use my tractor beam. So now I'm pulling that wreck to me. And what am I doing? I'm going to start heading to the bioadaptive, because the other two wrecks appear to be too far away for me to really care about. Now, the tractor beam, technically speaking, goes a little bit slower than my ship does. So there's several ways I can deal with this. I could slow down if I want to. I can wait till they web me. I can turn off my afterburner for a period of time. I'm just going to do that for a little bit, because otherwise everything's going fine. If you notice, I'm not actually using my missiles much. I absolutely could. Yeah, Magpie can be good for getting stuff in. We'll be talking about using a tractor beam or mobile tractor unit when we on a different day. So here's the thing. Check it out. This container comes with both 0 point and crystalline isogen 10. So these extraction nodes break the rules of the Abyss. Like, normally this room would only have well, according to my cheat sheet, it would have 0 point condensate, but that's only for the bioadaptive cache. These extra ones can have both crystalline isogen 10 and 0 point condensate, regardless of what weather it is. But, and this is why you don't really care about extraction nodes and subnodes a lot of the time, they can't jackpot. So there can't be any books, there can't be any blueprints, there can't be any of that stuff. It's just 0 point isogen 10 and red loot in them. So depending on what you're looking for from the Abyss at any given time, that could be important or not important. Like right now, we are looking for material. So going after extraction nodes and subnodes, pretty useful. I'm going to pull in my drones now because the last rat is dead. Loot my cache as I'm going past it. Now, optimally, I'd like to be at the gate when the last rat died. I went off to the side in order to get that cache. And my drones were really quick at killing the rats, so I wasn't quite at the gate yet. But I'm certainly not going to spend my time going after these two other extraction subnodes. I'm just going to jump and keep on going. Now, normally I'd reload in between each room, but I think I've only fired 2 missiles, so whatever. Here we have 2... Okay, so this is the sleeper battleship room. It has the highest reps. But I'm going to go after this extraction node. And I'm going to shoot the cache as I go by. Now, there are several different clouds in the Abyss. You can see here that there's this blue cloud here. The blue cloud blooms your signature radius. So if you are trying to shoot smaller things, it is useful to drag them, or, to lure them into the blue cloud. If you're being shot at by bigger things, like the Drifter Battleship, then it is good to avoid the blue cloud. The blue cloud probably has the most usefulness, like a mixture of usefulness and bad for you. Also, there's the multi-body tracking pylon, which you see here, which is a big tower with it puts out a pulse. Multi-body tracking pylons increases the tracking of anybody in range. Again, it's a good thing for turrets, but we're not in a turret ship, so it's actually pretty bad for us overall. And it would be really bad if it's something like the Drifter Battleship or whatever, because the Drifter Battleship, you rely on them not being able to track you. So if a Drifter Battleship is inside of a multi-body tracking pylon, it's really important, or it can be really important, to break free of that. All right, I've grabbed the biocache. Now we're on our way back. Even turning around, I got hit pretty hard by the missiles. At what point is it better to just go for the main node and rush rooms faster than waiting for subnodes? Pretty, like, at least in the past, it has always been better to just keep going than to go after extraction nodes and subnodes. Can a passive Hila run this too? There are passive Hila fits. I strongly recommend a passive Hila that still has a cap battery, because even passive Helas often use active hardeners like invulns and prop, afterburners. I like to say every problem in the Abyss is solved by first overheating your afterburner. Overheating your afterburner not only increases or allows you to change your position, maybe get away from something that's scaring you or whatever, but also, more importantly, afterburners are damage mitigation. So if you've got too much damage coming in, afterburners can be very, overheating your afterburner actually lowers your incoming damage. I prefer overheating your afterburner to even overheating a hardener in order to try to stay alive for that reason. Can't do that if you get nuded. Yes, all of these, every single Abyss fit relies on hardeners, almost, I'm pretty sure, which means every single Abyss fit is going to, almost every single Abyss fit is going to benefit from Legion. Frigates can run T3 consistently, but not solo. And I'm going to reload my missiles. Now, I've got rapid lights, so it's important to start your reload early, so that way they can come out of reload before whatever. All right, here is Harrowing Vedmax. So Vedmax are going to be scarier than Damavix usually. However, also the Damavix are... there's a close extraction subnode. Damavix are going to be doing their repping, like they do remote reps. Oops, let me drop my drones. So I'm actually going to use my missile launchers to try to burn down one or two of these Damavix first. Technically speaking, I probably should go after the ghosting because they're lowering my damage. Ghosting Damavix do weapon disruption, but I need to get to these Vedmax before they start ramping up. So it's kind of useful to go after these guys. But now I got to start killing these Harrowing Vedmax. Going to grab that biocache. I think it's the Harrowing Vedmax are one of the deadliest things in the Abyss, if you let them. And you can see, already I'm at half shields, so it's bad. I got to get these Vedmax down. I've also got to loot this wreck. As soon as it gets within 2,500, I'm going to loot it. And then kill that tractor beam, and then use it on the extraction subnode. Over here, we can see the orange cloud as well as the red cloud, or blue cloud. The orange cloud is significantly more dangerous for me than the blue cloud. The orange cloud fucks up shield fits. They make your shields not only work half as hard or half as good, but cost more caps. So you're basically cycling faster, you're getting less reps from it, but because it's cycling faster, it's also consuming more capacitor, which means you can cap yourself out and be failing to rep yourself. So orange clouds are extremely dangerous to any active shield tank. And then down here we have short-range deviant automata suppressor, which maybe we'll see one of those in action later. But those can be very deadly to drones and missiles. So again, something I definitely want to avoid in the Abyss here. Kill off this last Damavik. Pull in my drones. Reload my missiles. I've got some time, so I'm going to go down and show you the deviant automata suppressor. Karen is deadly, but once you learn how to spiral, it's not as scary. Like harrowing Vedmax, like when you figure out everything else in the abyss, it is the harrowing Vedmax that will kill you. You can see here that I have a little danger symbol on the Vedmac. The starving Vedmac is also extremely dangerous because of their strong newts. But as we get close to this Deviant Automata Suppressor, you're going to notice... I can shoot it real quick. You can theoretically shoot at these towers, but killing them is so hard that you're never going to get it done. But what you're going to see is, yeah, so now this suppressor is shooting out a bunch of bullets, right? And if I launch my drones, what you'll see is before too very long, it's a short-range Deviant Automata Suppressor, so it doesn't shoot very far, but like it should be... Yeah, here we go. You can already see... Oh, the problem is that these drones are too good at tanking. Hold on, let's pull out the Federation Navy Hammerhead instead. Yes, I'm showing that right now. So we can see that Shields is being cut down just by the Deviant Automata Suppressor. So all drones and missiles within Deviant Automata Suppressors will take damage, including rogue drone frigates, not the destroyers, or not the battleships or the battlecruisers, but rogue drone frigates will also take damage around a Deviant Automata Suppressor, with this short-range Deviant Automata Suppressor being more damage than the longer range. This is one of the reasons why, like I said, the Hila is better than the other ships, is because all that extra hit points is sometimes necessary to let it run within that area. Also, we can see that since we have 3 rooms done, which we can actually see right here, that there's a new tracker on the top left corner, which is nice. We can see that we're done with the Abyss, and the conduit is the origin conduit, which tells us that it's going to lead us home. That's kind of why I was able to spend a couple seconds showing off the Deviant Automata Suppressor. Just remember that my drones have almost 300% more hit points than a normal drone. This is why, like, a lot of people seem to like the worm in the Abyss, and I'm always super sketchy on the worm, because while the worm does have bonuses similar to the Hila, light drones are not medium drones, and a 300 bonus to the hit points of a light drone is not the same as a 300 hit point bonus to a medium drone. And so a lot of times worms will still have problems with the various threats to drones in the Abyss. There are too many circumstances where the worm just can't seem to deal with it, for my liking. Whereas a Hila, worst case scenario, you can power through a short-range Deviant Automata Suppressor. That's it. That's the Abyss. We're going to jump in again. Let's see what I got. I had these already, this already, these already, and this already. So, oh, and this. Is that true? I got 37 million from that one Abyss. I mean, that one's 16 million by itself. I got 5 million ISK worth of material. Not a bad run. Not a bad run. 7.6 million worth of just red loot. Not a bad run at all. Let's go ahead and keep on going. We want another exotic. Cap flashes, turning on our modules. Snare casters. Okay, so when it comes to rogue drones, the clue here is the name. Oh, here's another cloud. Here's the white cloud. We're going to go through the white cloud as a way of demonstrating it. But So snare casters are going to be webs. Fog caster is going to be damage. But what I'm really looking at is the spark, ember, strike, and blast, right? I'm in an exotic. Exotic is kinetic. So strike lance is your kinetic drone. So I'm going to prioritize killing the strike lance first. I'm going to use my missiles on it just to make sure it dies quickly. Now, if the room was filled with strike lance, I would definitely want to prioritize that because they're going to be doing the wrong type of damage for me to tank. Now I'm in the gray cloud, you can see over here, and it's making me speed way up. So my speed is currently getting to 3K, 2.5K per second through the speed cloud. This can be both really good if you're trying to make distance or scatter forces that are trying to attack you because they speed up too and they can't really control themselves very well when they're sped up. But it is also really dangerous because it's a good way to spin yourself out and end up outside of the boundary. So gray clouds can be very dangerous. Blue clouds are both good or bad, depending. Like right now would actually be pretty decent time to drag these things into a blue cloud because it'll make me do more damage. But I'm not too worried about it. Also, that extraction node is probably too far away, so I'm just going to do the biocache right now. Some red loot is like 300 or 400. What do you mean by that, Roughnecks? Red loot. Like, so red loot's a commodity, which means it usually just gets sold straight to like NPC buy orders, although there are some purposes for red loot at like DLP stores and stuff. But yes, materials, that is part of the whole thing, and why I'm recommending this today is that the materials to build trig ships have spiked. They've basically doubled in price. They were 40 to 50 million. Now they're touching at 90 million. Yes, that's true. Yeah. So the materials, some of the materials have basically doubled or tripled in price. That's why it's important to do it right now. Also, Lashak blueprints has gone up in price. They were like 5 to 10 million. Now they're 20 to 30 million. As people are trying to get ready for the Baba Yaga, it's only going to get worse as we get closer. So, well, yeah, the filaments go up because people are running the Abyss. Pull drones. I like to so basically one habit to get into is anytime a room is finished, just hit Control R, Shift R. Control R reloads your ammo. Shift R recalls your drones. And then I jump through. Okay, so these are the Tesseras. Tesseras do an extraordinarily high amount of damage. The rogue drone battle cruisers are one of those things that if you're in a frigate abyss, if something's going to fucking kill you, it's probably going to be one of these dudes. These guys, you definitely want to kite them. They effectively are blaster boats. So they have an oh, look at this. 3 nodes right next to each other. So that's going to be juicy. But these guys have blasters. So they do extreme high amounts of damage and have such high tracking that basically the room is effectively standing still for them. So they're going to be able to track you no matter what. But they have an optimal range of about, I think, 6 to 8K and a fall off of 2K. So past 12 kilometers, they are basically not scary. Anything tighter than 10 kilometers, and they start doing a lot of damage. Even, it doesn't matter if you're a cruiser. A frigate can just die before they even realize that something's going on. And in fact, at any given time, any of these Tesseras could just swap over to my drones, and you'll see that drone just kind of disappear if that happens. So right now, they're a pretty good distance away, so that's handy. You definitely want to keep them far, far away from you. And I've got all of these subnodes and extraction nodes right here. Juicy, juicy, juicy stuff. Normally, I don't grab the extraction node directly off of the rock. But I mean, right now, you might as well. I mean, 3 extraction nodes right next to each other. How can I ignore that? How can I ignore that? I'm a little bit out of position. I'm going to have to go a little bit, but I mean, I feel like that was a pretty good sacrifice, as it were. I'm going to start heading back. Yes, the Trig salvage is going to be a big one, Jeremy. What tier am I running? We're doing tier 3s. This is a starter build. I recommend, like, this is where once you get any amount of use to the Abyss, this is where I recommend people just start and sit here for 50 to 100 runs. So that way you can experience all the different combinations, all the different things that can happen. So that way when you're in tier 4, tier 5, tier 6, and you see certain things, you immediately know what to do about it because you've ran into it in tier 3 where it can spook you, but not necessarily, like, you still have enough oomph to beat it anyways. But at least you learn what is good and what is not. The other thing is, I recommend the Abyss for everyone. I like to call it your drills, you know? A good football player doesn't just play football on game night. They get together and do practice runs. And those drills don't have to perfectly replicate a football game. You know, you can run through tires. You can push the big, you know, stoppy dude. I don't remember. I don't know what it's called. But the thing that you have to push it, you know, down the track. You know, there's all this different practicing that you can do to make yourself a better football player that isn't just playing football against real opponents. This is the Abyss. The Abyss is your drills. You spend some time every night in the Abyss. Force yourself to learn manual piloting. Force yourself to evaluate the rooms. You could do it brains dead with a Hila. You know, you could just approach the gate and do, you know, ignore most of everything and be pretty fine, especially with more powerful Hilas. But this is a great opportunity to work on being a good pilot. I'm going to go after this extraction node, and I'm going to drop my drones early, so that way the rats attack, and that pulls the drones away, because my drone control range is only 65, I think it is. So I need them to start attacking them while I go after this extraction node. This is the rogue drone room with a rogue drone battleship. The rogue drone battleship is the single largest hit point pile in the Abyss. So if you have any sort of, this is the damage check, where the sleeper battleship is the DPS check. This is the damage check, right? If you don't have enough damage, it'll take too long to get through this room. They don't rep very much, you know, whatever, but it is just a giant pile of hit points. So, you know, for instance, the Stormbringer is very good at all different kinds of the Abyss, except, or all the different kinds of rooms of the Abyss, except for this one, because it's a single target damage. So, if you get 3 rooms like this, you could lose your Stormbringer. We lovingly call these things the potato. We are going to do Vagabonds are going to be one of the ones that we're going to do this week. I got cooked by a Trig outranging me. It's where I learned to carry more frequency crystals with me. Yep. The nice thing is sled. Thank you. It is. I think that's what I think that is what it's called. So, I don't remember what I was going to say. We're good to go. I'm going to stop. Whoa. See, okay. This rogue drone battleship is able to track me a little bit too good. We got to get closer. I was just about to turn off my afterburner, but now I don't know about all that. So now that I've gotten closer to this rogue drone, though, you can see that now it's missing me. Rogue drones are the rogue drone battleship is usually not spooky damage-wise, but it can be, as you just saw. And as with any of the battleships, pretty much all of the battleships in the Abyss, the best thing to do is to get in tight and get under its guns, and then it'll start missing you, and then you don't hit anything, and then it's not as spooky. You saw my damage, incoming DPS drop like right away. So I'm going to cut over to this direction. The reason why I'm going to do that is because A, it still keeps up that that transversal, but it gives this wreck an opportunity to catch up with me while we're killing the road drone. Once it gets to within 25, I'm going to loot it and then cut the tractor beam and start tractoring the biocombative, or bioadaptive rather. Heading to the origin conduit, pulling in drones, and actually we're going to do one more thing to demonstrate stuff since we got some extra time. We've got 8 minutes and 59 seconds left in the site. So we're going to show off the boundary. If I travel through this gray cloud, that'll help. No, you definitely want to, like, you still want to get close to the newt shacks because the newt shacks can newt you from range, but they can't hit you from range. You still need to blitz down newt like the newting shacks, and getting in tight will help with that. I'm pretty sure all of the battleships you want to get tight to. I lost my first Hila because I thought I should kite the Lashaks at like 60. They're very good at that. They're very good at that. I just built a Tengu. Will it be good for Abyssals? You cannot use a Tengu in the Abyss. Depends on like you do. If you like exploration, just keep going within Astero. If it's more combat, you can start with Abyss like Ashrothi here. Absolutely. And we show off a bunch of different stuff. This is why this is Abyss Week, right? Kind of like Shark Week. I figured this would be a good time to like put all of our Abyss information into one week of showing off different options, different ways of doing things. So we're doing 5 days, 5 weathers, 5 ships. Today we are doing the starter Hila in an exotic, although this ship is also very capable of doing... Here we go. There's the boundary. We can see the boundary right there. It's angry and it's red. Now, as you get closer to the boundary... Ooh, this is very scary to do with a gray cloud on. So now I'm past the boundary, and I'm starting to take down damage from the boundary. Now, the further you get past the boundary, the more damage it does do. So... I want to get tighter back in, but as a cruiser, I can kind of sit out here in the boundary for a while, right? It's not that bad. And now I'm back through. In fact, during in the old days with PvP Abyss, people would actually, like, if you sicked your drones on somebody, they would dip out into the boundary to let the boundary kill your drones. So I can go out here and I can take damage, and I'm just taking a little bit of damage, just not that much. But the further out I go, you can see it's ramping up quick. It went from 3 to 6 to 20 to 23. So I'm going to pull back in. The boundary is especially scary with frigates. At least it's not hull damage, yes. So, you know, especially frigates, especially fast frigates in the darks, especially fast frigates in darks with micro warp drives. At that point, you're going so fast and you have so few hit points that often you can get past the boundary, so far past the boundary, before it even shows up visually to you, that you are dead, dead, dead. Yeah, if you have a micro warp drive and you go through the white cloud, you are cooked. That is true. Well, crushed. And I have 5 minutes left before the site just kills me. Now, this is the trainer build. I am doing T3s, which again, bread and butter. We've done 2 T3s so far. Let's see if we can figure out how much that's been worth. Do I have it all? So 47 million for 2 T3s is wild. And as you can see, going after those extractor nodes and subnodes, even though you don't necessarily want to waste time with them, it does really help with getting the most ISK for your site. So if you think about it, if you want to rewind my recommendations a little bit more, if I'm going to be doing exotics, I'm going to, well, yeah, it'll kill missiles. It'll do everything, damage to anything that's out there. When I'm doing exotics, I probably would prioritize going to extraction nodes and subnodes because you want the most value per filament, right? If I'm doing firestorms, then I'm absolutely going to ignore most of the extraction nodes and subnodes because, like, the filaments are so cheap, I might as well jump into another filament and try to get more things from more bioadaptive caches. Yeah, if you want to connect with us in-game, we are the Convocation of Empyreans. The best bet is to go to our Discord, which will be linked down there. You can always just send me an email. Malro is recruiting, so is the invited. What is the room with the drifters that kite you towards the boundary? Charybdis? Yeah. That's Charybdis Tyrannos. We call her Karen. I'll show you a little bit about that one when we get there. Why are the fire filaments the cheapest? Because they're the hardest. So the least amount of people run them. The more people run it, the more expensive those filaments are going to be because that's demand, right? The more people want to run it, the more demand there is, the more expensive the filament. Karen, yeah, that's where the term comes from. Yeah, you got Karen wants to call your manager. All right. So right now we are at quite a bit. Hold on. What's making this worth so much? Is it literally just the filaments? It is. 136 million worth of fierce filaments. Let's dock this up. I don't need that many filaments on me at once. That's just irresponsible. And while we dock up, let's go ahead and do the giveaway. One last chance, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win one of these, the three Hila skins that we showed off earlier. It's either Helmet Terrier, Empyrean Outlaws, or Empyrean Dragons. I love this skin so much. This is the Dark Tide skin, not the one I'm giving away right now, unfortunately, but this is by far like my favorite. All right, we are closing it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close entries. Did Striker get in? Let's make sure Striker got in. Striker did not get in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up, wait till Striker gets in, and then close it. That's going to be the Striker and Malcolm. Ready? Right now. Striker and Malcolm, do it, and then I'll close it once you two get in. Anybody else who wants to get in can try to get in time, but we're doing it for those two. Malcolm? Oh, no, yeah. Why is it not counting? Why have you not been added? What's happening? There's Malcolm. Wait, hold on. It worked for him. Did I miss your name? Are you already on here? Try it one more time, Striker. Try it one more time, Striker. My bot's been weird the last couple of days. There's Pandemic. Am I just not seeing your name already on here? I don't know why you're not getting on here. That's so weird. Tell you what. We're going to do this way. Can I get myself on there? There it is. So if I win, that means Striker wins. We're going to do it that way. Okay? There's OM. Yep. Striker's just doing this so that way everybody else... Yeah, Giga rigged. Okay, closing it. Don't worry, this won't be the only one we do today. Pulling in 3, 2, 1. DK Olaf. Congratulations. X up in chat with your in-game name. And which one of these 3 that you would like. Let me go to my contracts and actually accept it now. Wait. Aren't you the one that... Wait, hold on. Oh, no, okay, that's Sacker. No, that's somebody else. That's trying to keep track of everybody's like in-game name and in YouTube name. All right, so which one do you want, Atbo? Which one do you want? Okay, we will go over them. We have Helmet's Harrier, which is this yellow one. We have the Dragon Phoenix skin, which is this red and gold one. And you have the Empyrean Outlaw skin, which is this one that was made by Timbre and like flashes when you get a kill. You want the helmet Harrier? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Create contract. Did you spell your name wrong? Did you spell your name wrong? No? No, it's right there. That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. I don't know. I knew that was your name, but it just decided to not like it at that moment. So, whatever. We got it. Congratulations. You've got it. Now, next time we're going to do another giveaway, and I will... replace the Helmet's Harrier skin with a Scope Syndication skin. So let's go ahead and close this one up. And do it again. So this is a new one. So once again, exclamation point plunder. I run the Abyss. I plunder the Abyss and you plunder my skin collection. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win one of these Hila skins. Either the Empyrean Outlaws, the Dragons, or the Scope Syndication skin. All right. Let's go ahead and clear out my inventory. There used to be a way... I used to have a good filter. Oh, yeah, Abyss loot. So I have a filter for my Abyss loot that lets me kind of see all of this stuff. So then I'm able to select all this and then just choose those. Move all this stuff. Oh, hold on. The agency hard shell. Move this into my item hanger. Move this into my item hanger. And now if I uncheck this, I should still have my missiles. Great. Let's go. Yeah, the Abyss, the value of the Abyss comes and goes depending on things, but right now, with everybody interested in the Baba Yaga, the Abyss is an incredibly good thing to spend your time doing. You saw the values of the stuff that I was pulling out. is very valuable right now. So we're going in with 28 million starting. I did take out the other drugs. Oh, well, whatever. So this is without any drugs. I'm not using any drugs right now, and I'm not using any implants, the skirmish implant, the CPU implant, neither of which are necessary for this build. I'm just throwing extra money at the Abyss for no reason. So you can do this build just straight up 450, 550 million. And one thing to note, this fit is alpha friendly. There's nothing on this fit that is not alpha compatible. And you could theoretically use your 1,000,000 free skill points for a new character to jump straight into this to this Hila. So even if you're in the if you live in nullsec, whatever, like you can just make a brand new alpha, use your 1,000,000 free skill points to get into this. We should probably try that at some point this week, maybe, just to show it off. But exotics are easier than firestorms once again, so we're going to do an exotic just because this is exotic day. But this can do firestorms. We're jumping in. And turning on our modules. All right, once again, we have the Rogue Drone Battleship, but that orange cloud is nasty. So I'm going to actually go for this extraction node. I hold down C and I click to snap my camera to the thing so I can be like, whoop, oh, it's over here. Great. And then that way I can go get things sorted. That's kind of my way of identifying what's going on. These plate forgers are going to rep the battleship, which is under normal conditions kind of bad because, like I said, it's a giant pile of hit points. But these frigate reps are not that high. And so I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to take down this extraction node, and then we will deal with the battleship itself. I don't want to go into the orange cloud, so that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of cutting off to the side as well. And then I'm going to cut in manually this direction, so I'm kind of coming along to the side. There's a gray cloud there too that I could have used, but I don't like the orange cloud. So we're just going to kind of cut in behind the orange cloud and accidentally lock my drones. What are the cloud effects? Orange clouds mess up shield tanks, active shield reps. Blue clouds bloom your signature. Gray clouds make you go really fast. Take down that cache. It is on the cheat sheet. You can see here. Orange cloud shield boost strength, negative 40%. Shield boost duration, negative 40%. So basically, it makes your reps go twice as fast, but half as effective. So it effectively makes your shield tank, like, not cap stable. Pandemic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Or memberships, I should say. What platform am I on? All right, Rogue Drone is dead. I have to manually attack the Tesseras because they don't actually attack you. And as this node becomes within 2,500, it would not. No. Yeah, it only affects passive, or it only affects active shield reps, not passive shield reps. That's true. And of course, it does nothing to armor tanks either. And next room. We have, okay, striking Dracovex Kikimoras. So in this room, you want to kill the Kikis first. You want to kill the Kikis first, not the Dracovex. I know it's kind of counterintuitive sometimes, I would say. But the Kikis are going to be a lot of extra damage compared to the Drex. The Drex are actually not that much damage comparatively. Even, honestly, even compared to the Vedmax, the Drex are not as much. So we're going to want to blitz down this one, and then we're also going to want to go after the starving Damavix because we don't want to get neuted out. I am using my missile launchers for this because getting the Kikis down early, very important. Kikis are some of the more dangerous rats in the Abyss. Like, it's not what you would expect. Also, the anchoring rats are the ones that do scrams. This is one of the reasons why I don't like the micro warp drive in the Abyss, is that there's a lot of threats that just also scram you. So in that environment, you, like, it shuts down your micro warp drive. So oftentimes an afterburner is just going to be better. All right, now we can go after the Drekovic. So the nice thing is that because I don't care about scrams, I can basically ignore the anchoring Damovic. Becomes such a low priority for me because I don't care if I'm scrammed. So here we have a Deviant Automata Suppressor, a blue cloud, and an orange cloud, which could be quite a challenge, but thankfully it's not in this particular case. I'm shooting at the biocache. I'm going to double click near the biocache so that way I don't stop as soon as it is destroyed. My cap is angry at me because we got neuted out. I'm actually going to stop my shield booster to let it recharge a little bit just to make it so that we don't have to deal with... Oh, you can't hear the audio. Let's fix the audio. Do you have to learn all the kill order? I mean, you have to know what threatens your ship. Different ships will have different kill orders. Some ships are more cap dependent than others. Some ships are more damage. Like, if there was a ghosting, that could be a big deal if I was on like an Ikitursa. But as a Hila, doesn't mean much to me. So there are kill orders, but they are dependent on the circumstances and the ship. That's why the cheat sheet is so useful. Oh, you can't hear my alarm screaming at me. Let me fix that for you. Exactly. You need to have the full experience. Okay. And drones are in. Let's go. Have Leshak's BPs gone up more? Yeah, they went from like 5 to 10 million to 20 to 30 million. Harrowing Vedmak is going to be the biggest one, but look at all those ghostings. This is the kind of room that would kill me if I was in that Damovic, or that, sorry. But really any sort of ship that relies on your local damage, like the Deimos. I'm going to kill one ghosting just for funsies, but this Harrowing Vedmak is going to be critical to me, because if you let it ramp up, it's going to be very deadly. Also, there is a gray cloud, so I'm kind of messed up in my positioning, so I'm going to just probably ignore the extraction nodes in this room, because they're all too far away at this point. Please make sure to like the stream. There, you can watch a lot of different people run the Abyss, but I am taking my time to explain every step of the way. Look at this Vespa taking damage. I'm going to pull it in, because a lot of the rats are going after the Vespa, so I'm going to try to pull it in before it can do anything. And I did get it in. Great. But I need to drop another one out there, so that way I can keep it going. That Harrowing Vedmak is still here. That's a problem. We're going to try to kill it off. Those striking Damoviks are... Looks like they're still going after my drones, which sucks. My speed is down. Alright, so the Harrowing Vedmak is dead. Now we're going to go after ghosting, because I don't like not being able to shoot things. And I'm going to use my missiles, because my shields are gotten down low enough that I'm trying to... That it's important for me to be able to start clearing these smaller ones, especially since they've got a good spider tank. So the more I kill of these guys... By spider tank, I mean each of them rep each other. So every single one of these that we kill lowers the overall reps. Why is my shield... Wait, my shield booster was turned off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, why do I use navies? T2 does have better damage if you have the specializations up to 5. However, Navy has more tank. And as you can see, like these rooms can be very dangerous to drones. If that Vespa had been a T2 Vespa, it'd be dead already. That's right. I'm just going for peak passive regen. So if you play on low graphics, is there specific graphics to turn on to see clouds and such? If we go to potato mode, we still see clouds. Oops. Reload my missiles. And jump on through. I see they released the lore panel from FanFest 7 hours ago. Is that something you're going to review? Yeah. Absolutely. Probably not today. What about augmented Vespas? So the problem with augmented is that augmented splits the damage between 2 different types. So we can look... If we look at the Caldari Navy Vespa and go to variations, compare, we can see that the shield capacity of the Caldari Navy is higher than everything else, including augmented. But then also the problem is that augmented splits its damage between kinetic and thermal. We are specifically using kinetic because the weather itself gives them a kinetic hull, which makes it so that the Caldari Navy Vespas are going to do the best for your normal just operation. And then the Tech 2 Vespas are particularly good if you need to do extra damage. So like the Rogue Drone Battleship, for example, you could theoretically do the Tech 2. Yeah, so my idea this week is that we will focus on one build in the Abyss, but because they've released all those videos, we'll also do one video per day. So I feel like there's still, let's see what rooms have we seen? We've seen the Triglavian room, we've seen the Kiki room, we have not seen a Lashak room. Road drones, we've seen the Battleship room, we've seen the Tessera room. So we've seen all of the road drone rooms. We've seen none of the Concorde rooms. We've seen the normal drifter sleeper room, but not the drifter, like the Vigilant, the actual Charybdis. We have not seen the Angel Cartel room or the Santra room. So we haven't actually seen very many rooms yet. Let's go ahead and keep going. This run was about 8.5 million. About 8 million. Wait, they added rooms? 2022, I think, was when they last added stuff. That's when they added T0, T6, the Angel room, Concorde room, and Santra room. Back to exotics. Also, Apple's can't use T2 drones, so they'd have to use navies anyways. You can use... Oh, yeah, that's right. They can't use T2 medium drones anymore. Drifter Frontline Battleship. Here we go. Okay, and I've got this rock in my way. So with the Drifter Battleship, the Karen, this is what's going to kill a lot of newer players, especially in the Abyss. I'm also going to look, I don't see any webbers. That's a big important thing. I'm going to get my drones out. Now, I actually don't need to kill the Tyrannos that quickly. I just need to be able to get under its guns quickly. So, when in doubt, overheat your afterburner. My job is to get behind the Charybdis. If I can get behind her, great. If I can't, then I need to push her against a wall, okay? So we can alt-click to see. So she's charging away from me. The way that the Charybdis works is that she wants to stay, keep at range 60 kilometers. Now, I'm taking a lot of damage from this Charybdis, but as soon as I get below 30 kilometers, she's probably never going to hit me again. So I'm traveling with an overheated afterburner for 3 cycles to get me underneath her guns, or at least close to underneath her guns. And I'm going to start clipping in, because my goal is to get behind her. If I can't get behind her, then I'm going to want to push her against the wall. The worst case scenario is that she actually gets free and escapes into the main room, and then I'm chasing her forever. If I can get behind her, that's perfect. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but I'm working on it. I'm at 18 kilometers right now. I may just be pushing her against the wall. You can see I'm not clicking directly on her. I'm not hitting approach on her. I am trying to get past her, but I'm trying to get in with a high angular velocity to get her to start missing. And you can see that she started missing already, even though I'm not doing that tight of a orbit. I'm actually being extra greedy because I'm trying to get behind her. Normally you would push her against the wall. But now that I'm getting really close to her, I'm going to try to get behind her, so that way I can keep her between me and the Abyss, and the gate, to push her closer towards the gate. If you notice, I didn't even pay any attention whatsoever to any of the cans or anything. You can, theoretically speaking, pop the bioadaptive cache on your way past and scoop it up. But I wanted to try to get behind her. It is harder to do it with the Hila, but as I just demonstrated, I did. So now I own her. She's mine now. This room is over. So I can just keep her between... Now I want to like manually move to make kind of a faux orbit that keeps her between me and the gate. Because as you can see now, she's actually heading towards the gate. We're getting closer to the gate now, which is perfect, which is exactly what I wanted. This Charybdis is mine. And I can grab this extraction node while I'm at it. That's cool. That one's close. That is the correct way to beat Karen. If we see another one, I will show you the normal way to beat her. This is the best way to beat her. If you can get behind her and start pushing her back, then you win. And as you saw, that room, very fast, not very scary. Because I got her under control. If you're chasing her the whole time, it can be extremely deadly. Even in a dark, where her turrets are messed up, if you're a frigate and you just approach her, you will die. 9 times out of 10, people come to me and they're like, "Oh, Abyss is bullshit." Rah. I'm like, "Okay, what killed you?" And they go, the Drifter Battleship." And I'm like, "Well, did you spiral?" And they go, "What's spiraling?" And I go, "Well, let me teach you." That's one of the things I love about the Abyss, is that things are great and things are fine until they're not, and so it's very obvious what kills you. If Karen asks for the manager, chase her to the gate. Not sure if this is applicable in a job setting. Yes. And that was a very fast room for us. So that was that was about 4 minutes. All right. So many strikes. So this is actually a dangerous room for me. I'm actually going to go into the blue cloud. So that way these rogue drones go into the blue cloud and I can kill them quickly. Actually, where's the extract? I'm going to go to the extraction node because I want the extraction node. They are going after my drones, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. They probably are going to mess up my drones. See, like that one? Let's pull it in. I launched my drones a little bit too early there. Now they're going after that one, so I'll pull it in. I'm kind of juggling their damage to see. Oh shoot, I messed that one up. All right, let's go after these spotlighter. Actually, let's go after the strike lance. Oh shit, I did the bad thing. I was hitting approach, and then I blew it up, and then I didn't go anywhere because of that. So we're gonna start moving again. The rogue drones are dying, so that's great. Now, the fun thing to do is if you can find a deviant automata... Oh, nope, those are both multi-battery tracking pylons. If you can find a deviant automata suppressor in a room like this, it's my favorite, because you can get the... Basically, you get the room to kill itself. Like my favorite thing to do in the Abyss. All right. Room is clear. Slightly out of position, but did get a little bit greedy. And I've got time. I mean, we've still got 13 minutes, and we got one room left. Greed is good. Well, like I said, like right now, it actually is worth going after the extraction nodes, because there's so much value in the materials to build stuff. $4 million from that can. Mr. YouTube. Nice name. Gonna grab this can. Is it worth the time? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, given the price of exotic filaments, it's worth me getting all of the value I can out of every single filament. Firestorms, it might be worth just blitzing. But like, I got an extra $1 million from that can, so I will say that, like, that's the, if I'm going to go after extraction nodes, I'm going to have a tractor beam. Any of my fits that doesn't have a tractor beam, I'm just not even going to bother. Okay, so in this case, I want to go after Fire Watchers first. Fire Watchers are the newts. The Upholder is pretty mean too. I think the Upholder is web. And I see that there's 2 nodes over there, so I'm going to try to go for those, but there's a giant rock in my way, which kind of sucks. Oh boy, that one's about to die. I think I'm launching my drones a little bit too early. Let's just pull my drones all the way in. Get them to start attacking me. Put them back out. Get them to start attacking. Shoot that one. And then start heading to this one. Oh, this one's empty, so I don't even have to bother with it. That one's also empty, so I don't need to bother with it. And actually, I could probably grab this 3rd extraction node if I really want to be greedy. And that is it. And that is an origin conduit. So I've got 9.5 minutes to wrap things up. I don't want to waste time, though, because I want to be able to run another run. Six thousand out of this one can. Not bad, not bad, not bad for a T3. So I'm definitely getting more than 4 million per run. So I'm definitely getting more value than the filaments are worth. But this would be a lot better if it was a firestorm, for sure, because, you know, firestorms are pure profit. But they are a little harder. Another 500,000. And I'm out. So let's see. We still haven't seen all the rooms today. But I want to get to the video, so we might have to do more rooms on other days. Do you guys feel like this was a pretty good demonstration of this Hila? I think that it's probably a good time to move on to the video. How's the price of the Hila holding up? Probably fine. Let's go ahead and do the giveaway. Actually, no, you know what? We're going to do... I just looked at how much time we have left on the giveaway. Let's do one more run, and then we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll move on to the video. We'll do one more run. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. That's right. Blast Lance, Snarecaster, not a big deal. So I'm going to let them start aggroing me while I move to this bio extractor. Now that they're on me, I'm going to launch my Vespas. Lock up the Snarecasters. Oh, fuck this. Pulling my drones, pulling my drones, pulling my drones. What is this? Is this a long range? Medium range, that's fine. This is my favorite thing to do in the Abyss. Oh, I need my repper on. Look at all their health. Just watch their health. It's beautiful. We're just going to get real tight in with this medium automata suppressor. Make good friends with it. Yep, come on, web me. Web me. Track and disrupt me. Target paint me. Come on. Come on. Come on, good little swarm. Everybody come nice and tight. Come nice and tight. I like to go to the back side of the Deviant Automata Suppressor to force them to kind of come in a little bit closer. You can see, if it would be way better if this was a short range, but medium range works too, as you can see. They're all taking damage. I'm not doing anything right now. I'm doing nothing. I'm just letting the room kill itself. Now, obviously, I could help it, but if I launch my own drones, they'll take damage. If I shoot missiles, they'll take damage. Missiles with short-range or medium-range Deviant Automata Suppressor are not too bad. If you have short-range Deviant Automata Suppressor, oftentimes the missiles will only last like 1 or 2 ticks. So, like, if you take your flight speed, multiply it by only 1 or 2 seconds instead of your normal flight time. So you'll usually only go like 10 kilometers before they blow up. But, you know, we're not even having to worry about that right now because we're just going to let the room kill itself. It takes a little bit of extra time because it's medium range. If this was short range, they would all be dead already. Actually, these blast lances are taking too little damage for me. Let's try it. Let's see what happens if I drop my drones and, like, help it along. Hila is currently 232 million. Seems about right. The nice thing is, so here's the nice thing about the price of the Hila. Garistus LP is now obtainable through faction warfare, through pirate insurgencies. So the supply of Hilas will be incredibly stable And if the price goes up, people will start selling more of them to compensate. So there you go. All but 3 of the drones are already dead. Driving Mist Karen. That's it. They're dead. Now, obviously, I'm way out of position. This is not the most efficient way of doing this room, but it's the most fun, and that's part of the point, right? Didn't fire a, well, I did fire a couple of shots with my drones because I got impatient, but didn't have to. Didn't have to. One set of missiles towards the biocache. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. As soon as we get out of here, I will do the pull. Also, if you are enjoying this, if you've learned anything at all today, make sure to like this stream and share it with a friend. Be like, hey guys, we got to get into this. And remember, if you do have friends, the Abyss is great. 2 and 3-man frigate Abyss, awesome. And frigates triple the loot, destroyers double the loot. I think that frigates are actually better in the Abyss than destroyers. Ew, gross. Not all loot is winners, I guess. It is a wonderful way for friends to be able to, like, fly together and learn to fly together. It's a great place to practice your manual piloting, your target acquisition, your locking things up, and just because, like, people don't put into enough credit to the fact that, like, learning to fly takes learning a bunch of information about the game and how it works, but also practice, right? You need to get better at manual piloting. You need to get better at target acquisition. Double lucid. So this is just the sleeper battleship room. We're going to go with the extraction node, which is way over there. So I'm going to grab the biocache as we go past it. You know, PvP is a great place to learn how to fly. It's obviously it's, the most intense version of Eve, but at the same time, like, it's very chaotic. The Abyss is a really good place to learn your fundamentals because A, it lets you practice the fundamentals, manual piloting, target selection, selecting, locking targets, controlling your drones, controlling your weapons, all of that stuff that does take muscle memory. It takes a little while for you to become a good pilot. Not enough emphasis in the EVE player base is around becoming a better pilot itself. So much focus is on having the right fit, the right skills, not how good of a pilot you are. And when you get to PvP, like, those little choices make huge differences. And the problem is that, like, in PvP, it happens so fast that often you might miss the choice that you did wrong, right? In the Abyss, everything is perfectly fine until it isn't. And so it becomes abundantly clear what you did wrong if you pay attention and look at it or talk to somebody with any kind of experience about it. So I think that the Abyss is a great place. It's the best place in the game to learn your fundamentals, to practice your fundamentals. And remember, like, some people are going to use Hilas because they're the easiest ship to use. But you know what? You want to learn, you want to get better at something? Practice it in the Abyss. You want to learn how to fly a Vedmak? Fly a Vedmak in the Abyss. You want to learn how to use turret ships? You want to learn how to use whatever? Like, the Abyss is a great place to begin practicing stuff, even with a friend, with frigates and destroyers. And that way, when you get to the PvP stuff, like, you've mastered all of your fundamentals. You understand how all the E-War works. You understand how E-War affects your ship. You understand manual piloting. You understand target selection. It's just about learning the details at that point. In PvP, you sit around waiting for things to happen. When they do, they happen so fast, as was said in the Rooks and King interview with Jotun. I have not checked out that interview yet. I should do that. Hey, I can't. I cannot be the person that's bitching that something is 2.5 hours long. I'm not allowed to. I'm pretty sure that would be a level of hypocrisy that I would be never stop being called out on. You can practice manual piloting while in T1 missions. Actually, T1 missions, level 1 missions are actually really, really good for practicing manual piloting, unironically. I enjoy level 1 missions more than level 4 missions, just because level 4 missions are so simplistic in the way that you play them, because your battleship is big and strong and clunky and booms everything. Whereas with a T1 in a frigate, or level 1 missions in a frigate, like, you often have to dart and dive. All right, Lucids. I don't remember exactly which ones are the stronger ones here, so we're just gonna go for it. The extraction node is way over there, so I guess we're not doing that today. We're just gonna go for the bioadaptive. I think wardens are webs. Yeah, wardens are going to be webs, so I'm going to go after them. Level 2, so the faction-fitted Corvette. That'll keep you alert. That's the thing. People like to focus on, like, oh, that's not as efficient, or whatever. It's like, ISK per hour is not the only metric by which everything is measured. Sometimes it's about the experience. Sometimes it's about the challenge. Sometimes it's about just flying the ship you want to fly, right? I mean, sometimes I fly, a lot of times actually nowadays, I just fly I fly the ship that I want to fly, and I do whatever that ship happens to be good at because I want to fly that ship. Which later this week we will be flying the Icky Tursa in Firestorms, which is very much under that context. Like, you can't convince me that an Icky Tursa is a bad ship in the Abyss. It's a lot of fun. It's expensive. And sure, a Hila is definitely going to be more consistent, but I want to fly a fucking Icky, so that's what I'm going to do. I am being nuded. Sentinel. The Sentinel is nuding me, so that's good to know. Fun per hour can also be good, but like I said, learning is important. Experience is important. And, like, sometimes it's worth just getting in your favorite ship, flying around in space, and kind of looking off, set your camera to some things, and just watch space go by. You know, a lot of us join this game because we love space. And, you know, a lot of new players know, like, the reason why people get hooked in this game is just how gorgeous this game is. Sometimes you just gotta stop and be like, man, this game is so fucking pretty. Especially the Abyss. The Abyss is great for that. This is actually kind of the more mild of the weather appearances. We'll see other weathers throughout the week. The best ISK per hour is a credit card. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The best ISK earning mechanism in the game is the one that you enjoy doing, right? If it's worth 4 times ISK per hour, but you're miserable doing it, you're going to do it for like a half an hour to an hour and then be burned out. If you love doing it, if you can lose yourself for 8 hours and just like, if you know, any kind of activity that you can like go in there and be like, holy shit, 3 hours has passed. I want to keep going, right? That's the thing that's going to make you the most money. Not the thing that's the highest ISK per hour that's so stressful that you can only do it for a little bit and then you got to take a break. The thing that you can just dial in on and just lose yourself into, in the end, is going to be the thing that gives you the more ISK. All right, let's jump home. and close up this raffle. Last chance, last chance, last chance. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We're going to be closing it up as soon as I dock up. Which, remember, stream delay. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Challenging yourself is the name of the game after years of playing. Exactly. Do what you want to do. I've been playing this game for going on 15 years. I still do level 4 missions. Confused and ADHD, I always lose myself for hours. Well, DK, again, if you can, at the end of those hours, be like, holy shit, I just did, you know, if it's worth 40 million ISK per hour, but you do it for 4 hours, that's going to be 160 million ISK. Something could be 120 million ISK an hour, but if you burn yourself out after 40 minutes, you're not going to make as much. You know, like when we did invasions, like invasions were not the highest ISK per hour, but we were all a group and team and friends, and we did it for 8 hours a day. So we made like 1 billion ISK a day. Level 4 missions are actually pretty good. I don't know about high sec, but null. I mean, high sec can be very good for missions, especially with like a marauder. All right. Closing it up. Well, let me just double check to make sure Cold Cuts got in there. He did. Closing it up. We're going to pull in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. New boy. New boy, new boy, I need you to let me know your in-game name, as well as which of these Hila skins that you are interested in. There's the Empyrean Outlaw skin, which has the special effect when you get a killing blow. You have the Dragon skin, which is this pretty red. It's very slick, red and gold and silver style. And you have the Scope Syndication skin from YC122, which would be 2020. X up new boy with your choice and your in-game name. You've got a few more seconds before I pull again. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you find something in EVE boring, do it with a friend. Even level 4 missions, which... like, we've done level 4 missions with, like, a group of marauders. Every single one of us could easily be soloing these missions. That doesn't matter. We're still doing it together. Like, that's part of the whole thing. Stop multi-boxing. First one. So you want the Empyrean Outlaw one? I need your in-game name, new boy. Got it? Excellent. Create contract. Congratulations to new boy. And thank you all for checking it out. And thank you very much to Sarku. Oh no, what's his name? I want to get it right. I'm so bad with names. Contracts. Finished. Yeah, Sakaru. Sakaru, thank you very much for the skins. Yeah, the random sack. There you go. Sakaru's been... we've actually had quite a few people joining the convocation recently. It's been a lot of fun. We've been out there doing stuff. We flew around with Drex and Lowsec the other night. Which, by the way, tomorrow, I believe, I'm going to do my review of this event. The good, the bad, the ugly. Because let me tell you, I have things to say about this event. Definitely, there are good, there are bad, and there are ugly. So we'll be discussing that tomorrow. But as I was saying, like, we've had a lot of new players coming in, and I want CCP to let people do burner missions without having to farm them up. Yeah, I mean, you can, but I think that that's also a reason why people work together, because, like, there'll be people that want the burner missions, but won't want to pull them, and then there'll be people that, like, can't do the burner missions but are pulling them. kind of like an escalation. I don't know if it works quite as well as an escalation, but like I think that's kind of where they're going. Anywho, so we've had lots of new people in the convocation, and it's been wonderful. We did a lab fleet over the weekend with a bunch of people, which was a lot, really, really fun. We've been doing more and more fleets and stuff. So if you want to get involved in the convocation of Empyreans and help maximize player engagement with EVE Online and hang out with us, please go ahead and hop in our Discord. You actually don't need to join the convocation to hang out with us. You can just, you know, come in and be an awesome dude or lady. And, yeah. So, let us transition for a minute. We're going to go... I have... the Little Things panel to show from FanFest. I wanted to show this first of all because I think that the Little Things is very important, the Little Things project, and it gives us a good insight as to what development that they're doing. So back in the day, like in the original EVE, CCP was a bunch of Vikings that lived in Iceland in their icy tower and like didn't need to listen to the player base, didn't need to listen to anybody because everybody has always told them that what they're doing is impossible and crazy, and they did it anyways with EVE Online, you know, with the development of EVE Online, etc. The Summer of Rage in 2010, which we talked about, you know, I've done many things about it before, kind of was a turning point for CCP where they realized that they don't have all the answers and they started listening to the player base a lot more. And one of the pieces out of all of this was that the UI director, or one of the UI people, a lady by the name of CCP Carker, started a Little Things project. So famously, like right after the Summer of Rage, they had to scrap all of their plans for development because a lot of the stuff that they were thinking about doing, they weren't doing anymore because walking stations pretty much died. That whole plan for what they were going to do next got scrapped. And so the next expansion was Crucible, and there's kind of this story that CCP Soundwave talked about, who was the executive producer at the time. He had a little notebook that was filled with all these different ideas that the player base had suggested over the years that he just hadn't gotten around to. And so when, you know, he told this story about how after the Summer of Rage, when it was time to figure out what to do for their next expansion, they didn't have any plans. And so CCP Soundwave pulled out the book and he dropped it on the table and he said, that's our next expansion. And that became Crucible, this laundry list of improvements that players have been waiting for a long time, and really is the reason why we managed to pull ourselves out of the fire that was the Summer of Rage. This was such a big deal that like about 30% of the company had to get let go because of the difference between the expectation and the reality of how the Summer of Rage went. So this was a dire time for CCP and was dire for them for a long time. It's why these things ended up the way that they did, right? For those of you who are saying that you miss captain's quarters, miss walking in stations, you know, sadly, that was a result of all of this. But in this idea of like, okay, we're going to start pulling from the player base, getting their ideas and improving the game that they are playing. CCP Carker, who's one of the UI managers, kind of steps up and starts building this idea called the Little Things project. Little things with a big impact, okay? These are things that like CCP themselves wouldn't think to do because it's not a major feature or something like that. But it's the little things about the way that we interact with EVE on a daily basis that would be a big improvement, but like is a smaller detail. So like a good example of this is actually the search everything in New Eden was originally from her. The fact that you can like all sorts of stuff. The fact that you can see the colors of different shit on your route. It's actually, one of these days, we should actually go back through and see. Actually, hold on. EVE Online little things. Let's just pick a random expansion. Is this going to be a good one? So just a little sample, just blind sample. I just Googled little things Eve. This is CCP Carker's post from 2018. So what kind of things did we get? In the March release, we have a few changes widely requested by logistics pilots. First of all, we're adding the ability to color code the fleet watch list. So if you've ever color coded your fleet watch list, realize that before 2018, you couldn't do it. They added this functionality because people asked it, and this was part of the Little Things project. Getting targeted by somebody is commonly known as being yellow boxed, given the yellow bracket that appears around a ship of the attacker. As many of you probably know, once you see a lot of yellow boxes suddenly appear in space, you're likely to be the enemy's next target. However, logistics pilots, FCs, and other key people in the fleet are frequently targeted by their own fleet members as to have them pre-locked. So prior to this, everybody showed as a yellow box. So if you like the fact that you can be purple boxed by your own people, so that way you can denote friendly locks versus hostile locks, congratulations. In 2018, that was a little thing. We're going to get to the forum post. Don't worry, Jeff. Logistics pilot is ship names on the broadcast for reps. When people broadcast for reps, it just says the ship name of the broadcast. This happened because a lot of times frigates will broadcast, and then people will be like, why are you broadcasting as a frigate? I can't save you. Like, this was, at this point, considered a little thing, right? Fleet tags are commonly used. A common suggestion has been to have the tags display on the target bar. Yeah. So, you know, when I use a tag in a fleet, the little tag appears not only on the overview, but on the actual lock target itself. Before 2018, that wasn't a thing. And that's what I mean. Like, there's so many examples. I find the compare tool pretty useful, but it can be difficult to find what differs between items that you're comparing. So you're having a compare tool option to filter for only things that are different. This is fundamental to how the compare tool works, which, by the way, I think the compare tool itself was originally a little thing. So, like, this is what I mean by, like, little things. Like, they're little things to CCP, or like they're not big features. But these are things that, like, when you go back in time and read what kind of things were little things back in the day, you're like, wow, we actually played this game without that. You know, when you go back and watch, like, Zero Punctuation's review of EVE Online, and he talks about how the UI would only be less intuitive if it was in the bottom of a well, right? Like, a lot of the fact that the UI's improvement, like, the UI is still very clunky, don't get me wrong, but a huge amount of why the UI is better now than it was before was years of little thing projects, okay? Structures have been making their mark. Therefore, it seems appropriate that they get their own tab in the solar system's show info windows rather than being lumped in with other orbital bodies. So if structures are now separated from other things in the thing. Many pilots out there, myself and yours truly included, find it hard to figure out which solar system they can enter without faction police hunting them down. To make that easier, we've now included a tooltip on your security status in the character sheet informing you which solar systems you should watch for the police. So, you know, you can just hover over your security status to find out what systems you're going to be shot at in. Also, yeah, so when you ship scan somebody, the fact that everything's sorted into high slot, mid slot, low slot, that was originally a little thing. The headquarters listed in show info windows will now be a link. Little thing. Tooltips added to the standings icon, show info window, to show that it's player to player, player to corp, alliance to corp. The height of the duration drop down on market orders have been increased. Oh, yeah, the fact that you can type into the market bar and it automatically starts searching, that was a little thing at one point. Volume information has been added to the material input and output tooltips in the industry window. This is huge for industrialists because knowing how much M3 you're having to haul around in order to make this build, it's a big piece to it. And having it right there, so much better than having to look up every single one of them individually and then have a spreadsheet that has that information so that way you can add it all up. No, just it gives it right there. Right-click options that's been categorized as potentially especially destructive will now have a red exclamation point in front of them. Yeah, it used to be that it doesn't matter how dangerous the maneuver was. It was just, you know, quit corporation and quit fleet were the exact same on the list. Now there's a big exclamation point that lets you know that certain things are dangerous to do, or like are, you know, no going back potentially. Shuttles and pods now have a 90% reduction to effective distance travel for jump fatigues. Oh yeah, this was a big one where now if you hover over things, it'll actually tell you the real text version of it, not just the raw number, which a lot of people got pissed off at because you would see this and like it'd be easy to confuse 10 million with 100 million. You know, it's just a zero with that many numbers. It can kind of blend in together. So, you know, these are all like little things are huge things a lot of the time. So with all that said, let's go ahead and watch the Little Things panel from FanFest this year.
Join us to discuss the little things that make a big impact on your quality of life in EVE.
Disband fleet is huge.
Oh. Hello, hello. I've got to say, it's really exciting to see such a packed room.
And it's such a big deal because CCP Carker championed this thing, but as you can see, it's grown out so far from her. And so she helped instill in CCP this idea that like, hey, you know, these little changes, they may seem like they often got put in some backlog. Like, you know, a player would suggest it to a CCP dev. At best, it just gets thrown into a ticket in their JIRA in a backlog. And if nobody decides to pick it up, then it just sits there and never goes anywhere. So what they've started doing is collecting them up and doing, you know, big, like, they'll try to knock out a dozen or so of them in a specific patch or whatever.
So thank you so much for taking your time to come and participate, because unfortunately this is audience participation today. So this is the Little Things panel that me and my team work on a lot. Unfortunately, CCP Carker couldn't be.
We've talked about about walking stations a lot in the past. It is something that I'd be willing to go over again, but that's a whole nother topic, so we're going to leave that for another day.
Here. But we're going to introduce ourselves, and we're going to give you a little bit of information about what to do with the index cards that you have. So I'm CCP K1P1, and I produce one of our gameplay teams for EVE Online, and I get to work with these lovely faces every single day.
Well, I'm CCP Masterplan. I'm a senior software engineer on EVE Gameplay.
Hi, I'm CCP Fozzy. I'm one of the senior game designers on EVE.
I'm CCP Castro. I'm a QA analyst on the gameplay team.
And I am CCP Mercury, and I'm the senior UI UX designer at CCP. So today we're talking about Little Things. This is an initiative that our brilliant CCP Carker has been leading for a few years. And what we focus on...
I ain't gonna lie, I was actually, during this whole explanation, like, because she wasn't at these presentations, I had actually been worried that CCP Carker wasn't with the company anymore. Hearing that she's still with the company warms my heart. I also just posted the latest forum post about Little Things there, so that way you guys can check it out.
Is finding quality of life improvements like the ones you're seeing on screen right now. Some changes that can be very impactful while still being low effort. So think about a right-click option that will save 10 clicking options, maybe hundreds at times. Or UI updates, like proper listing of materials in the industry window. They were a little bit all over the place not so long ago. All these kind of little fixes that will make your life in New Eden smoother and just more entertaining overall. So today, you've been given some cards and some pens. And what we'd like to do is have you write suggestions for little things. We would like them to be structured in a way where you can have the suggestion title, please keep it to one sentence and make it as straightforward as possible, and then you can expand with notes or context. Please write just one suggestion per card side. Nothing that needs to change, like that's going to affect the whole system of like, please rebalance 30 ships. No, not suggestions like that.
By the way, I just want to show off, because this was posted to Reddit today. K1P1, who is the person who introduced this segment, posted this picture. This is the results of the Little Things panel. Each of those cards are suggestions made by the players that they take very, very seriously. So, you know, they're very happy to have gotten this response, but there is still a Little Things forum post, which is currently, I think this is the latest one, that you can post your suggestions to. And that's where all of these things come from, is player suggestions.
But otherwise, we're here to listen, and we have one mic so far. We might have a second one. You can see it is on my right-hand side here in front of the stage. So if you'd like to speak your suggestion up loud, please line, and we're going to listen and discuss. We'll reserve a few minutes for each one of you, but of course, we're short on time, so we'll try to keep it rolling. Otherwise, if you prefer to just have it written, don't worry, leave your cards on the table at the end of this session, and we're gonna just come and pick them up and read them. We really value your input. We really care about player feedback, so please tell us what we can do to make your life easier.
Yeah, and if you need any more index cards, our glamorous assistant over here, just raise your hand and he will come and give you some more index cards.
And for people looking for the kind of formatting that you can use on it, this is some examples up on the screen here of some of the, these are ones we've received in the past, right? Yeah.
Yep.
With the, well, you can go into the details of what we're looking for.
Yeah, this is actually one of the examples that are on the Little Things page. It's on eveonline.com on the forum, so you can also leave suggestions there. I have a QR code to show you at the end of the session. But yeah, you can see, like, have a suggestion. This is a simple title, a note on how it could be useful, and then the context of where that change could happen and how it
Little thing, complete PI overhaul, please.
Could improve your life. Cool. I think that's all.
Yeah, so we have a mic here. We would love it if someone would come up and actually say it out loud, because otherwise this might be a very quiet session.
That's a good point, Jeff. So if you are going to post in the forum post, please try to follow the format that they've requested, because they do have an automated system that helps turn them into actionable items for them. So the more you could, like, player feedback is always complicated because there's a lot of, like, signal versus noise issue. The Little Things is an almost precious feature for us. It gets a lot of stuff done, and so, you know, making sure that we do our part to make sure our feedback is as high quality as possible is absolutely critical to letting this be as effective as it can be.
Mic check, mic check.
Yes, perfect.
Yep, we can hear you.
Do we have any wormholers in? As you may be aware, we have a wonderful system of corporate bookmarks. And the corporate bookmarks are up to 500. I run a relatively large wormhole community corp, and we hit 500 every day. Can we please, please, please have more corporate bookmarks? I'd like to see us go up to maybe 2,000, possibly.
Is that a DB thing?
Yeah, you can talk. The limits are partly there for some performance.
Yeah.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, in theory, the number is, we can scale to whatever number we want, but obviously the more we go up, the slower it is to, you know, for every client that's going to load this. With bookmarks being a shared resource, one person making a change, that's got to then ripple out to a lot of other people. That's also why there's, you know, reasonably decent caching timers, so it's not kind of up to date. So yes, we can increase it. This isn't the first time we've heard this. maybe it's something that we would look in, like with the corp upgrades, like the customization stuff.
Yeah.
Like, is it something that you would be prepared to sort of say pay Evermarks for?
Oh, that's a good question.
So this is actually a really good one to highlight, because ultimately this isn't a little thing. And this is part of the problem between like player feedback and devs, is that even when you say little things, often people don't know what is or isn't a little thing. So here there's a performance reason why bookmarks are the way they are. The reason why bookmarks are limited the way they are, because basically each player can have their own bookmarks, but all of the bookmarks are stored in a single database table. So the more bookmarks that exist, the more expensive or time, like processor wise, it will be to pull the data out of there. And so this is actually a good example. Like another good example of this is like directional scanning, right? You could think that it's a little thing to make it so that directional scan is automatic. But the problem is that directional scans are actually the way that they are for performance reasons. Being able to calculate all of those calculations every single tick or whatever would be a lot of weight as far as like processor goes, for given the fact that not everybody's looking at the D-scan at any given time. And so they put this barrier to entry. You have to tap the thing, so that way only people that are actively caring about the D-scan are getting the results and doing the calculations. In this case, they throw out there that it could cost Evermarks, because Evermarks don't actually cost money. Like they can't cost they can't cost money necessarily, because you can't trade them for that. But by putting a cost on more bookmarks, they are limiting the number of people who are using that bandwidth. The fear here is if they put up 2,000 bookmarks for everybody, then there's going to be a lot of organizations that just have, you know, like we have a bunch of bookmarks and we barely ever clean them up because we don't have to. If you raise it up to 2,000, there's going to be more people that just have more bookmarks cluttering it up, bringing down the entire system a little bit. So if you make it so that people have to actually invest to get bookmarks, we might, as players, think, oh, CCP is trying to monetize this stuff. But really, creating a barrier to entry ensures that less people are putting that undue weight on the system. And I like, this is actually very informative to me, that CCP didn't immediately jump to Plex, right? As a player, as a person who's very cynical about the game, it's easy to be like, oh, well, they'll just, you know, charge you Plex for it and it'll be a premium feature. But that isn't the direction that they went. Evermarks are designed to reward in-game activity, and they want people to be rewarded for that in-game activity. So I think it's actually very cool and interesting that CCP would immediately go to Evermarks as the solution as opposed to Plex.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Let me be realistic. We are a new player-focused wormhole corp. We bring in a lot of new people. We have vast amounts of people who are scanning every day. And that 500 bookmark limit is limiting the size of our corp.
Okay.
Because we cannot expand, because we just don't have the physical space to expand our chain.
Yeah. Fair dues.
So yeah, Evermarks would be an acceptable solution if that was the path you wanted to go down.
Yeah. Thank you. Perfect.
I'm wondering about fleet ship type selections. By that I mean, I know that FCs can see what type of fleets, what type of ships are in their fleet. Is there a way we can get from the fleet window to just select all, say, command ships, drag them to watch list, select all dictators, drag them to watch list?
See, this is a fucking little thing. This right here is awesome. Is it too quiet for people? Let me see if I can get subtitles. This is a great idea. The idea to drag or select specific ship types to put them into the watch list. So you could be like, I want to put all the Logi in the watch list first, so they're all at the top, and then all of the command ships, and then all of the battleships. That is a great little things idea. And you can see, You can see their reactions. This is what happens when CCP hears a good little thing idea.
See what type of fleets, what type of ships are in their fleet. Is there a way we can get from the fleet window to just select all, say, command ships, drag them to watch list, select all dictors, drag them to watch list.
See, they're immediately like, oh yeah.
At the moment, we're going out in fleets, and then somebody sits out in the undock and tries to pitch out who's in the command ship so they can watch list, who's in the lodgy for the well, the lodgy's separate anyway. But you know, a way of just by ship type, which obviously is somewhere already recorded because of the
I'm going to take this one step further. I want multiple watch lists. I want to be able to split them up and be able to put them in different ones, or be able to categorize them in like drop downs. Like having 100 things on your watch list is great now, but having a giant list that just keeps going is really difficult.
The fleet commander already has it.
Yeah.
It would just drag that into, be able to drag that into the watch list.
I think it's a really cool idea. I can say the reason that the current functionality, which isn't obviously drag to watch list, but just lets you see what's in the fleet, the reason that the design decision was made to limit that to the fleet commander was just to allow for some OPSEC, like so you can be a little bit less worried about spies joining the fleet. That being said, potentially some kind of, if you're in a, like if you've been either given a permission or just let the fleet commander check whether or not this should be something that everyone can see or not, then they can just opt into it and they can take the risk of the spies being able to see what everyone's flying. Yeah, I think that seems really cool to me. I don't know how hard it'd be to implement, but I love the idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to pause it right here and go to the bathroom. So I'm going to put on the Legion trailer so you guys have something to check out while I'm doing that. And I will be back in just a minute.
What if I made you a promise? That in the face of adversity, destruction, I could offer unity, an alliance. Where the purpose of one would be the power of many. Wielding every strength of the collective towards a unified vision and constructing a future. Where your every action fuels our momentum. And that vision becomes reality. Dissolved and reshaped. Ambition, arrogance, and aggression collide. But we stand undaunted. Our legion unbreakable.
I don't think I'll get demonetized for the Legion trailer. If I remember correctly, that doesn't hit me. Everything else CCP does, like with music, has been demonetizing me, but hopefully that'll be fine. Either way, like, comment, and subscribe. Let's keep going.
So this could be parts of this is minor. Some of it I think.
Well, so also to Jeff's point, so OPSEC wouldn't matter that much. The thing is that, like, wouldn't most cap fleets be separated from the subcap fleets? Except they need to jump to the Sino. So, like, you could theoretically have somebody in your fleet, like among your fleet that isn't in your fleet is in the cap fleet. But I think a lot of times they have them in the same fleet so that way they can jump in. But the point is that like, these are decisions that players make. CCP's cognizant of the things that they do automatically, right? Where if everybody can see the fleet composition and see where everybody is, this is a massive OPSEC failure. You know, anybody could invite, like, you could just get into a fleet with somebody and then they could see what ship you're in and then come and gank you for it, right? Like, so they're sensitive to that. So that's why the fleet commander can have it, and that's why their solution is the fleet commander might be able to open up the fleet to being able to see that, right? That way, the player has made the choice, not CCP making it just automatic. That's what they're concerned about.
I think it's a bigger one, but I'm part of Fraternity, Multi-Language Alliance. I've been part of Indetorid. We were next door to Russians, and so sometimes there is a language barrier for communication. One of the things that is a minor issue that I think is an easy fix is when a Chinese player or a Russian player links a ship or system in game, it shows in their native language, which means that as an English player, we then have to click the link to pop it up so we can see what they're actually talking about. That's the minor change. I think having it show those linked to in-game systems in the native language of the client would be a benefit. The longer, more technical ask would be some way to maybe right-click on a text to auto-translate between the languages, because sometimes, you know, we've actually, you know, in Frat, we've had issues where we've shot friendlies because they're speaking Chinese or we're speaking English and they can't understand us. And so having that communication barrier, any way to eliminate that, because...
Yeah, it's not that it's impossible. Obviously, like, in-app translations is a thing, but the difference is that, like, they already have files that have the English version, Chinese version of all of the different names and stuff. So, like, making it so that, okay, well, I'm linking to Old Man Star. So I know I need to pull up the English version of the word Old Man Star instead of the Chinese version of Old Man Star. That might be relatively easy to implement, whereas a full integration with a translation system is useful, but probably not as much of a little thing, because that's a whole feature at that point.
Because EVE is a multicultural game with people from, what was it, 47 countries today. There's people that are speaking.
The incorrect pandemic. OPSEC is absolutely a CCP concern because they define the rules in which we all operate, right? So anything that's exposed, we have to just deal with it. And so CCP limits what information is available to us such that we can build things out, right? On any given situation, you could maybe argue it either way, but, like, OPSEC should, like, by that definition, like, why can't you just look at the fit of everybody in space around you? You could if you had a ship scanner. Why not be able... So, like, my point is that, or even better yet, why can you see what ship somebody's in, but not the fit that they're in, right? Like, maybe the FC should be able to see that, but that would also out spies, which limits the gameplay. So CCP has an obligation to make the game as interesting as possible, not necessarily as clear as possible. Fog of War is actually an important feature that it is up to CCP to preserve. Arguably, like, CCP Hilmar's even said that, like, kill mails are probably too powerful right now, because as soon as somebody gets killed, within a few minutes, other people can figure out what's going on. So they've talked about potentially delaying that, because that's just free information that CCP is providing.
In all kinds of languages.
As far as a server ask, when it comes to the translation, not necessarily, because you could just use a third-party tool or offshore that onto a different server than the simulation. It could theoretically slow down. It could make it take a second to do the translation. It's more about integrating it into the client than anything.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The first element with the linking of systems, yeah, that feels like it's the simpler technical task to put into place. Yeah, I don't exactly know how hard it would be, but it probably, like, that's, I think, a great candidate for this kind of card, right? And for adding to our list.
I don't know if anyone plays Galaxy Conquest, but that has on the chat, you can click per message to translate. I've no idea how I did it because it's a different team of devs, but yeah, it sounds like that might be.
I know on the second one, on like building a simple translation system into the game, probably with like an API to a third-party service. I know that has been talked about. I've heard some of the folks in the EVE Online leadership talk about the idea in the past. So it's definitely been on our radar before. And yeah, I think it would be a great addition to the game.
So just to give you guys a little bit more information, if we come here, we can see that there are all these different pickle files. It's just a type of file, don't worry about it. But as we can see here, like we see the DENES, so, you know, German, English, Spanish, French, Japanese, Korean, Russian. I don't know what ZH is, but the point is that each one of these has all of the strings that are available within the client, right? Like we can come over here and be like, okay, so these strings, these are all the English versions of the strings. And they're identified by a number. But that number, so like each of those pickle files have all of the strings with their key and are able to pull, like, okay, the English version says this, the Japanese version will say that, the Spanish version will say this. So when you, that's also why, like, when a string fails, you'll see that it'll just put in, like, the name of the string with underscores between it, because that's the name of the variable that the client at runtime flips out the correct answer based on what language it is, right? That's why strings are built that way. So it would potentially be pretty easy to catch it and be like, okay, well, the problem is that in the end, we can look here and see like if we go here, we can see like URL show info. So this is the HTML that like makes a link, and we can see that Skybreaker sponsored security is the name, and the URL is this. This name could be anything, and it could be in Chinese, and it just prints this name and makes this name into this link. So that's why this problem happens, is because, you know, you are linking the system, but in it there's the plain text version of what it is that you're linking, which is the text for the link itself. So if we take this and we go into the game, we go to Notepad, we do a new note, we can post it, and look, it says Skybreaker sponsored security skin, and we can click on it and it shows it correctly. Now, what I can do is I can actually go into here. I'm going to do this kind of out of the way a little bit, but I can change this to being like Havoc is a cool guy. So now I've changed the text to say that, right? And if I go in here now it says Havoc is a cool guy, but if I click on it, it's still the link to this item. So this Havoc is a cool guy, if I was a Japanese client or a Chinese, or if I was a Chinese client, it would just be it would just be in Chinese. So when I post this into the chat, the plain text is still plain text. So what it would have to do is detect that what I'm really doing is linking the Skybreaker sponsored security skin. And so if it's the wrong language, it actually just overrides the text and puts in the correct language version of that item, solar system, whatever, which of course runs into new problems because you can do this, right? You could even go like, you know, hello world, and we can link this, auto link, or we can, sorry, we can change this to a URL and type in eveonline.com. And now if I click on this and I open up my browser, hey, look, my browser opened up to eveonline.com. So people might want to use custom text in there, and that would be incompatible with it potentially overloading it with the localized version. So that's what we're talking about when there's some considerations with it, but those are just design issues that have to be decided on if it's worth it. So the text holder is hard-coded instead of loading it from the database per language, huh? This is very, very common. What you do is you just have a flat file. Like Android does the same thing. Let me see if I can pull this up. I don't actually know if I can open up a pickle file. Hold on. See, this is the DLL that controls the localization. Oh, it's only the English version that got updated here? Bah! That's fine. We'll do that. If I download the pickle file... I haven't done this live in a while, so we'll see if this works. .pickle. Nope, I'm not going to be able to do it right now. I can't show you an example. But basically, you would be able to pull up the text, and it would just be a bunch of, like, these IDs and associated text. So that way, if the client is a French client, it knows to load the French version of the strings. If it's an English client, then it knows to load the English version of the strings. Yes, you could. So if they then just went on to make a full-scale translation function, then yes, you could still post it as the text, and then somebody can click on it, and it'll translate that text to the English version of the text or something. But they would have to implement that entire feature.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's just one of those things that's very helpful and helps build the communities further.
Definitely. Thank you.
With the rollout of the new workforce and such, you have systems that have keep stars and fortizars that you can't, or that were positioned specifically to ansiblexes, and now you have systems that you can't have those ansiblexes in because of such. So if you were to implement some sort of rotational, where you could rotate your station to reposition it in the same position, but rotate it around to redirect it to a Tataru or something, where it costs it costs the supersonic ice or the gas or even fuel blocks to be able to reposition it to redirect that structure, I think would be a huge thing.
Yeah, I think that's
not a little thing. Both has game design implications that they might not want to do. Also, doesn't seem like it would be that it could be technically feasible to do, but like that requires design choices, in my opinion.
It's a really good point.
Thank you.
I know that was something that was talked about back when, in like 2016, when the Abyssal structures were first being developed.
That said, let me just stress, just because it isn't a good qualifier for a little thing doesn't mean that it's bad to point out to CCP, right? To make sure that CCP knows that there's still interest in these things. Because as he's saying, it was talked about at one point. So that doesn't mean it can't be implemented. It just means that it's not a little thing. And one of the nice things about this context for stuff is that making players think about it in terms of little things. Sure, players are going to get it wrong and submit things that are not little things, but at least it gets players thinking about like the smallest chunk of work that could actually help out. And it may not, like, it may still be wrong or whatever, but as far as that signal to noise thing, this makes it so that there's way more valuable, actionable feedback from the player base, even if any given thing is not a UI little thing.
And it was considered, I think the thing that blocked at the time was they were considering just allowing it for this. I wasn't on the team that worked directly on it, but they're considering allowing it to just always be changeable. And they were a little bit where you could do things like you could use it to launch people by like turning your fortizar to like smack them off. but as long as it goes through a like slower period where it has to like rematerialize itself, that should solve that problem. Yeah, it would need to be implemented, but that seems like a very reasonable suggestion. Yeah.
That's true, Jeff.
All right, there's something that I lose ships to frequently that, as a fairly new player, always catches me off guard, especially in the heat of battle. Keyboard shortcuts don't work in each window type. So, for example, if I'm going to hit W-click to warp to something in the overview, no problem. W-click to warp something that my FC broadcast, no problem. W-click to warp to a bookmark that I placed, doesn't work. W-click to warp to someone on my watch list.
This is a good one. This is a good one.
So,
see also radio
those
menu.
kinds of like little inconsistencies of places where like the right-click menu works, the radio menu works, but keyboard shortcuts don't work, could be worked out. That would be really great for quality of life.
It's huge. Yeah.
That's a great little
That kind of thing is exactly what like this whole Little Things project was basically built for, those sort of things.
10 to 10.
What I'd suggest is produce a list of the places where you feel like it's missing right now with as much detail as possible, and then that's a great candidate for some of our UI folks to just take a pass at when they get a chance.
Perfect. I'll write it down.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks.
So that's almost certainly a feature that's going to happen at some point.
Watch lists. When I add a squad to my watch list, I want to add the squad to my watch list, not just the people who were in the squad at the time I added it to the watch list. Could you make it auto-update if I'm in a fleet and extra people join, it just adds them to the watch list?
That's cool. Also, I just want add fleet to watch list. Why should we have to add things one squad at a time? I should be able to right-click on the fleet, just add the entire fleet to watch list, right? Like, why? Right?
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Yep, I think that's a really interesting idea. The way the watch list, so the way the code is working right now when you add a squad to the watch list is that it's just passing along that list of players, so it doesn't have to keep track of it. There would definitely be some performance considerations about like the size of watch list can be an issue, but I mean that should be fine. Yeah. As long as we still enforce that cap. Yeah, I think that seems interesting.
Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for changing PI, because that was a nightmare.
That's right. PI, restarting PI, the button to restart PI, that was a little thing.
I promise I've been good this year, therefore I demand the following. Please make it possible to start multiple jobs in the industry window. I've got eight accounts with 3 industry characters each, and going through my list to get everything done is a nightmare. So if you could make it possible to just either select several or whatever, and then either start a job or invention, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. That'd be tricky.
And for the PI, we mentioned that CCP Kafka can't be here because she has other engagements, but a lot of that was, she was a big driver behind those recent PI work, so shout out to her.
Yeah, and it's really good to hear that everyone enjoys it. Or, yeah.
So as a wormholer, I definitely support more bookmark shares, but I also have one change that
These wormholers are really holding up the meme, right? There's a meme, wormholer, by the way. How do you tell a wormholer? Don't worry, they'll tell you. Have you noticed every single wormholer's like, yeah, I'm a wormholer, da-da-da-da-da. And you can... Trigs are a playable race. You just have to, you join them instead of are born into them. Glorification of the fit. Wait. Can anybody hear me right now? Can you guys hear me right now? My thing just said YouTube is not receiving. Are we good? I just want to make sure that we're good. Okay. I don't know why it's giving me this error then. Let's just keep going.
That could be a little solution for the things is the 25-hour worm timer, because a lot of wormholes are 24 or 16 hours, and if you make them auto expire in 25 hours, that means that it takes a downtime, and all the 24 and all the 16-hour holes will be automatically gone, without you doing anything, and it frees up those valuable bookmarks.
So you're talking about the default expiry time?
Just giving you an extra option.
Expiry time.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, that seems very reasonable, yeah.
Hi, so my thing is about settings and resolution with your windows, especially for multi-boxers such as myself. So when I'm mining or smart bomb ratting, my 4 little accounts are on the lowest settings possible, but the one that's controlling everything is on the highest settings. So I'm playing with the skinner, just looking at the pretty lights. But if I close those 4 accounts first and then close the high settings account, when I open everything, they all retain the settings and resolution of the last closed account.
Yeah.
Which then crashes my computer. And yes, I can go in and just open it and close it how I'm supposed to, but if I am called
Can't
to
you do
dinner or
launcher
some
groups
other
for this?
engagement, I'm just click close everything. I'm not gonna remember which one closed last.
Yeah.
Is there a way to keep the settings at an account-based level rather than just pulling the settings from the last closed account?
I think this is a really good point. It's something that would be good to, again, write down and add to the list, because the people who'd be able to evaluate how difficult this would be to do and to implement it are our launcher team, and they don't happen to be on this stage at the moment.
I actually think that they're next to the stage right now, though.
But yes, this would essentially be a launcher feature request, and I think it's a great launcher feature request.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it might also be possible to do.
I think part of the problem is that launcher groups were like easier to maintain back in the previous launcher version, and they've kind of lost sight of it in the newer version of launcher. So it may just be a matter of like they need to reprioritize doing launcher groups. I bet you most of you don't even know what launcher groups are. It's something we should probably cover at some point.
Do right now as well, if you use a different account profile. You can set like a different launcher profile, and if you have like the account with the max settings using a different one to the 4 other accounts you're using, then I think it should remember the settings for the different profile.
See, I actually do this, where I have basically launcher settings that are in potato mode, so that way I can launch all of my like alphas and stuff if I want to do claims or whatever. So you can theoretically do this. However, it is true that the latest versions of the launcher has made it more difficult to do it.
Settings that you have.
I'm just going to start off. This is not my idea. My friends were talking about this before the grand opening.
Asking for a friend.
I didn't see them in here.
Asking for a friend.
Yep.
A spool counter for your Triglavian weapon systems, so you don't have to sit there and count the ammo if you're multi-boxing, and on top of that for their repair systems, so you know how many cycles in you are.
That's a great idea. Yep, I mean, that seems like a really reasonable addition. We just have to decide how to put it in the UI in a way that is nice and like clear, like either whether it's a number, whether it's like
so my thought was
bar that fills up or something.
It'd be cool if there's like a ring around it. I guess they're already, but yeah, a bar that fills up to let you know where in your maximum ramp you are.
Where you end up seeing where you're being E-ward to death or being like remote repped, you can add like an X number there in one of the nice blue
Are you talking about on your end of it or on the recipient's end?
On your end.
Yeah, the recipient's end might be information that you wouldn't have access to or wouldn't necessarily want it.
I would like more
but your
scope
own
news.
end, yeah, because your own end right now you can do it just like I said by counting the ammo, but yeah, or by like hovering over and seeing like the DPS tooltip and knowing.
That's what I do.
Yeah, having something clear makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
I don't know, man. Jeff, there's been plenty of New Eden news that could have been scope videos.
So I got a few cards here, but I'll take them in order. So the new core projects, they're amazing. Could we get an auto-renew feature? Because I pay my people to kill things, and that's great. But when they've then killed 10 Marauders and they've each been paid 50 million ISK each, it would be nice if it's just renewed, rather than me having to go and renew it. Because, I mean, I could just increase the value of the bounty, but then I have less ISK to do other things with, so, right?
Yep. I think that's a
Sounds fair.
Yeah, a great
Channeling
request. Again, something to definitely write down. This is the folks who work on the core projects aren't on the stage right now, but they will be on a bunch of other stages throughout the FanFest. So you will. There will be opportunities to talk to them in panels as well that you will see appear on your schedule soon.
And after this, we'll have all the cards so that we can kind of put them in the right passage. We know where they work.
Expanding on the core projects, can we have alliance projects? Because we build things with the alliance, and it would be great to say we need. Right now, we need 400 million pyrite for building something specific.
I 100% agree. That would be a really great addition to the game. CCP should do that.
When they say something like that, that means it's definitely on the docket and it's coming soon. It's also something that they talked about during the keynote. So yeah, it's like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. CCP should totally do that as soon as possible. Maybe on the 27th.
Yeah, and then on the multi-fit tool, please give us more inventory options because I'm making ISK to pay my dudes. And it would be great if I could fit 200 sabers from a division and then put that on contract rather than having to drag everything to the hangar floor and then hope that I get everything back out.
There are some reasons why we kind of constrain it to your thing rather than.
What was that?
200 sabers options because I'm. Yeah, and then on the multi-fit tool, please give us more inventory options because I'm making ISK to pay my dudes, and it would be great if I could fit 200 sabers from a division and then put that on contract rather than having to drag everything to the hangar floor and then hope that I get everything back out.
There are.
I mean, I get it. I don't know. I think that one of the things is that for me, multi-fit, it'd be so much nicer if I could point at multiple locations to pull from. Like I have, like I'd love to be able to organize my modules into high slots, low slots, and mid slots. But if I have all my modules in boxes, then I can't do multi-fit from it. It all has to be in my inventory. Thanks, Sheesh. But I mean, it is what it is. We'll see what their reaction is. Also, I just looked it up. The latest real scope news was last year's Crimson Harvest 7 months ago. So yeah, that's I think we're due.
Some reasons why we kind of constrain it to your thing rather than sort of pulling from corp hangers and things.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it is, it's not an immediate process. So, it takes time, and to deal with issues of
what if your permissions change?
Yeah. What if you get kicked from corp or you lose roles kind of halfway through, and we end up with ships in a weird half-assembled state. So by making sure that you own all of the things before you start, it helps counter some of that. But yeah, I agree. It would be good quality of life to be able to do more of that.
Right. And that is a thing that I think is really important. Even though multi-fitting seems like something that happens like right away for us, you can definitely watch it do its thing. But like as a software developer, as the game builder, they have to think about niche cases, right? And so you start to run into a race condition problem where if you're doing multi-fit on stuff, like it's already checked to see if all that stuff is there for you to be able to do the multi-fit. It's all there. It starts the multi-fitting process. Somebody else can change the state, making it no longer valid, which now you run into an interesting problem. Does that cause it to, does it get to that point and then hit it and then fail and then cause the entire thing to fail? Does it keep building them even though there isn't enough stuff for it because it thought it did and now you're doing item duplication? Like as far as game design goes, like I get how they want to like lock it down to make it as predictable of a situation as possible. Isn't there literally a circle loading icon when fitting? But that's for you. If they're talking about doing it in like a corp box, right? So if there's a corp division, I can hit multi-fit on 100 things in a corp division. While that multi-fitting is going on, a different director could pull the stuff out of the box and leave you in an illegal state and how to handle that. So rather than figure out how to handle that, they just make sure that you have all the stuff. It locks you down from being able to mess with it while it's trying to do its thing. And it doesn't have to worry about anybody else messing with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Hello, I want to start off by saying that at a previous little
why not reserve things when the same things needed? Again, okay, so like in software development, we refer to this as a race condition, where multiple things could be like two things are happening parallel, and depending on which one finishes their process first, could result in different things. So it's kind of a race between these two processes to see who gets done first. And this leads to inconsistent and unpredictable results because you don't actually know at any given time which one of those two conditions will resolve first. So yes, oftentimes what we do is like if there's a shared resource, then when something decides to access that resource, the first thing it does is put a claim on it, so that way nothing else can access it. Now, under the best of conditions, this can still lead to some problems where, like, okay, well, what happens if you put a lock on something, right? I'm gonna build these things. You put a lock on it, and then your client crashes. When does the server release the lock, right? So there's all these weird kind of, like, anytime you're dealing with, this is basically the same sort of issue that happens anytime you're doing multi-threading in programming, where you have multiple different things. This is why session timers exist, right? Because basically it gives you the client and the server enough time to resolve all of the issues before the next big change hits for sessions, right? So it's not unbeatable. It's not something like, this is something that every software developer works with on some level at some point. And there are solutions to the problem, but it does make it less straightforward, right? So they could do it, but it would have to be truly worthwhile to make that difference, because you start introducing new edge cases, you start introducing new race conditions. It's so much easier to just be like, you know what, you do it from your own inventory, so that way it's all controlled in one place, and we have a condition that we can control and expect things from. I could definitely see why they would make that decision.
Things here at the Harpa. I asked for structure skins, which I acknowledged was not necessarily completely a little thing, but it was something that would be really, really nice to have. And obviously since then, that has happened. So thank you very much for structure skins.
Thank you. If you hadn't said it, we wouldn't have done it, obviously.
Well,
That's proof this works, right?
Not a little thing.
Yes.
But today I'm going to start with a little thing. And this was actually promised, I'm pretty sure, before. And it didn't happen.
Oh, no.
I would like to have chat MOTDs expanded 4,000 characters, which includes HTML formatting. Is not enough. And you promised to double it to 8,000 at one point, and then it just never, ever happened.
I can speak a bit on that, because I did the original MOTD stuff way back in the day. And we had plans to work on that, and then the back-end chat system, a different team, we moved that to a new system, and so all of that stuff was replaced. So when it was asked before, it was probably asked of the team that were working on the old system, and they thought, yeah, we can do that, and then the team doing on the new system picked up. So we can definitely get that.
Maybe. I think it actually appeared in notes that it was going to be done. It would appear in such and such a patch, and then, you know, sort of like Logi on kill mails, just one of those things.
Oof. Big oof. Big oof.
Related to chat systems, I too am involved with fraternity, though I'm not fraternity, I'm in Winterco. We have a hell of a lot of chat channels, what we use to things like ratting channels and things like that. We have, I don't know, 300-400 of them. Do you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to update those when an alliance leaves or joins? Because you know what you have to do? You have to change them all, one by one. We need channel ACLs, just like we have for structures and stuff like that, that can have a set of people attached to them who are allowed to do that, and we can then attach them to channels so that we can change things in just one place, or at least less than 400 some.
This is very personal, but I just gotta show you guys. So if we go into chat, right, we can go into COE comms. COE comms is our, is our kind of internal alliance chat group, right? And it exists because we have people outside of the, no, they do not. They exist outside of, you know, not everybody's in the same alliance. We want people to be able to be in here as long as they're part of the convocation. So if I come here and go to configuration, you'll see that there is allowed, blocked, muted operators and owners. And if I go to my allowed list, first of all, it takes forever to load. So these are all the different groups. First of all, it's very difficult for me to pay attention to every single person and every single thing in here. This could, you can already see that this could and should be an access list, right? But what's even worse is, if I want to add somebody to the access list, it shows up with this window, right? But did you notice how the screen got darker? So a little thing about programming, there are modal windows and non-modal windows. Okay, this is a modal window, I believe. Now I'm worried if I got it backwards. Hold on. Yeah. So sorry. This window here is called a non-modal window, right? Where you can have this window open and still do other things and interact between the two, right? Actually, hold on. Before I jump too deep into this, let me see if I can do this. Because I just realized maybe I'm the idiot here. I'm going to go to rookie chat and I'm going to grab, I guess, a random person and I'm going to drop them in here. Did that work? Did that work? It didn't work. Got it. See? Can't do that. So in order to, let's say I wanted to add this guy, random guy from rookie chat into my access list or into my chat, right? I can't drag him into the chat because it's not on the allowed list. I want to put him on the allowed list. Can't drag him into the allowed list. I can click this, but since everything else is dark, this is actually a modal window. I can't interact with anything else in the client while this window is open, which means I cannot drag and drop anything into this selection window. So if I want to add somebody, I have to actually type in with my fingers the correct name. 001 dash J, and that might not even be correct. Yep, nope, that's not correct. .j. There we go. I found him. Now I can add him to the access list, or sorry, to the chat. And I have to do that every single time we want to add a new corporation or a new person to the access list. So not only do you have to do it 400 times, 400 channels, as she's putting it, it is the clunkiest possible way that you can do it. I just wanted to point that out because most of you have never had to actually do this before. She's right. It's about as big of a pain in the ass as you can get. Why 300 to 400 chats? I don't know, Malik. Why have 5 different corporation or guilds in fucking ESO? People have different... And honestly, a big piece of it is a lot of people use chats as a method of giving information. This also, if you remember, she also was the person that talked about MOTDs. So a good example of this is like Homefront's operations channel. This is like where people would go to talk and whatnot. But if you want fits, there's this whole extra channel. People really don't talk in this channel. This channel exists for the MOTD. So they probably have a lot of channels that have fit purposes, like intel channels for different places within their area, but also probably a lot of chat channels that could just be messaging lists, but, you know, people do it this way. Yeah, Winter Co. is a coalition, that's true. But yeah, there's also Abyssal Fit channels. There's all kinds of different channels. That's my point. So I feel in my soul her complaint, even though probably 90% of people would never hear about it, which is why this kind of thing is so useful, because to the people that it matters for, it really, really matters. But most people wouldn't even know that it's a problem, right? I mean, we had people here that thought it was ACL controlled already. I bet you none of you knew that it was a modal window.
And I realize that's not as small as like doubling the MOTD, but that would be a huge thing. I mean, really, I would really appreciate that. So last time...
But there's also a difference between... So like leadership might not be in every single channel, because like a bunch of those channels might be fits. They might be just the intel of a specific constellation or something like that. So Malik, even in a leadership, might not be in a bunch of the channels, but she's the one that maintains the channels. So of course she's got to touch them all.
Structure skins. This time, I would like channel ACLs. Please. Channel
ACLs is a solid question or request.
Every year, it seems like we get new ships. That's cool. I need more fittings because it says you've got 500 already and you can't do any more. Can we have more fittings or an automatic?
What is an ACL? An ACL is an access list. So, like, you know, starting with structures and later with bookmarks, they created the ability to have access lists, which allows us to, you know, like create different lists for different people, and then you assign them to different stuff, right? So rather than individually, like when you have POCOs can only control their stuff based on like the standings of the corporation. But a structure, you can have different access lists for different people and then assign them to the structure to offer docking access, service access, different tax rates for different access lists, etc., etc. I'm sure that those 300 to 400 chat channels would be better served as Discord or Type or whatever channels instead in game. I mean, probably. There's probably definitely room for improvement there. But like I said, a lot of people use chats in the place of the mailing lists.
Timeout that says all fittings older than 1 year, we're going to auto delete because I can't go back and find all the ones that I what-ifed a year and a half ago in order to go delete them.
That second one's a cool idea. So yeah,
it would be really cool to be able to. It would be really cool to be able to look at the creation date of a fit that's saved, so that way you could do, like, purge old ones. That sounds useful.
In general, this is a similar constraint to the bookmark question, where yes, like an extra 1,000 for you wouldn't break things, but like if everyone starts to use an extra 1,000, then it starts to get out of control. So there's a little bit of constraints, although we probably like there's probably wiggle room to expand it a little bit. But yeah, doing something like we do with bookmarks, where when you create a fitting, you have the option to have it be a permanent fitting or to just hang around for like whatever, a year or 2 years or
at least
month
just having a last modified
kind
of time. So
that would be grand.
That would be cool. Yep. Yeah, that's a cool idea, and that fits, I think, well into the little things category. Yeah.
And other little thing, if you make the asteroids drift a little bit, some random direction, so miners have to pay attention.
That is the opposite of a little thing.
It's just a little bit.
So asteroids do sometimes drift a little bit, and it causes some weird things. Asteroids have a lot of mass, and we've had. If you've ever experienced a asteroid belt with like one rock that is 8,000 kilometers off in a certain direction, it's because they bumped into each other and one went off. So we try to keep I think having moving asteroids as a specific gameplay mechanic makes a lot of sense for some potential features in the future. But in general, we try to keep them still because they tend to do weird things when they bounce around. Some of you may already know when one place where asteroids do move is when you break the chunk from a moon mining extraction. And the way we actually have that work is they don't follow our normal physics at all. We give them invisible engines and an invisible AI movement and tell them, you're going to this spot. We actually, like, when you break the chunk, the game generates a coordinate for all of them, and they all fly to that location. So if you do bump them, they'll come back around and then come back to that location. Because otherwise things got really janky.
Well, that's awesome. The ice has less mass, so they can move a little bit more, especially the ice.
They can shatter.
There you go. They can shatter. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. This one is on behalf of my buddy Senate. He's asking to increase the number of corporate contracts. Unfortunately, he's limited by, I'm not sure what the limit is currently, 500. He has about 7 different old corporations to manage all his contracts. So if it's possible to help him with that,
I was going to say 500 seems like our lucky number.
I mean, in a lot of cases, those were kind of chosen, again, for general performance reasons, but chosen they're not necessarily the number that's like the most we can possibly do. Someone like knew the general performance issues and just kind of, it sounds about right.
Isn't the contracts one skill?
The personal ones are skill-based.
There is a
corporate
contract skill, yes.
Yeah.
Make an advanced one of that.
Yeah, we could potentially do that, and then that would.
That's actually, so going back to the bookmark thing, with the Evermarks as a barrier to entry, putting a skill to train also would be a barrier to entry that would limit abuse and it becoming out of control.
Make it so that not everyone would be using all those, which helps keep the performance down a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question regarding structure management. If it would be possible to make that, to unify that more, because with the Equinox and the Skyhooks, we had an issue when you want to give them a profile, you have to fly to every single thing, give it a profile, and when we were setting that up, we had some other people doing that as well, so a coordinator of me did a mistake and put them all the wrong profile, so I had to go all after them again. I almost cried because that was Equinox itself was already a pain. So I mean, if I'm owning the structure anyway, I would just like to manage it from any station.
That sounds
would be
brutal.
Really great. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a reason behind that? Did we have a reason behind that?
It was something we looked into at the time, and yeah, there was some weird complexity that will make everyone sad. But hopefully, I would like us to be able to get to that point where we, do it all unified.
Find an engineer to bribe, maybe.
I'm guessing that's not you. Sorry, go for it.
So coming back around to contracts, I have two very related requests.
So one thing I think is interesting here, and I don't know whether or not I should read too much into this, but has anybody else noticed that a lot of the people giving little things suggestions are female? I don't know what that means. And a lot of them are like the managers of stuff. There's not that many females playing Eve, so like the fact that over half of the people asking, like giving suggestions are female, feels like it stands out to me. I don't know, and it's like nobody made this happen. This is just natural selection. Why are the Karens? That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. They have some of the best ideas in so far today, so don't be trying to get me in trouble.
Is when you are a contract stalker, you get a lot that will need to be deleted and re-added. Being able to...
Well, yes, if you take the general population of humanity, it isn't that much. If you take Eve population, it feels like it feels like it's an abnormal number of people females asking questions during this panel particularly.
Get a lot that will need to be deleted and re-added. Being related.
Let's go back so I can actually get a question.
Sorry, go for it.
So coming back around to contracts, I have two very related requests. So one is when you are a contract stalker, you get a lot that will need to be deleted and re-added. Being able to bulk delete contracts would save so much frackin' time.
Yep. That's the kind of thing that's a great candidate for this list.
That's good.
Yeah.
The second part of that is just being able to renew contracts. Like, okay, I have this whole list, click, renew, another 30 days or whatever, would be amazing.
That'd be wonderful.
Yep. I think those are both great suggestions, and those are both, like exactly right up the little things alley. So thanks.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, I have one question on corporation permissions. So currently roles are grantable, titles are not. The only way you can grant a title to somebody is if you have director or higher permissions. Titles are great because they let us create permission masks, essentially. This allows us to delegate to other members without giving them the keys to the kingdom. That'd be super helpful. And then just some minor things that I thought of as I was in line. The bookmark expirations, if we could set manual requirements for specific folders within those shared bookmarks and say everything that comes in here by default has to expire.
That's a cool idea. I like that a lot.
I love that one. That's a good one.
And then when you're searching for fittings in your existing fittings, if you search for a ship, it does not show the ship unless your fitting name has the ship name in it.
Yep. That's another great point. Yeah. And again, that is like another one that's a great like little things candidate that fits really well into this.
To expand on that, some tagging would be kind of neat too.
Tags would be awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, tagging is something that we've wanted for a lot of searches. It's something that obviously would benefit, the market would benefit a huge amount for it too, right? If you could search sensor booster and you get like all the variations, even the ones that don't have the word sensor booster in that order.
Wait, what's not true?
Then that would be a huge benefit for that as well. But specifically, even like that's a bigger project. Doing something like making sure the ship name is always searchable on your fittings, that's a smaller, easier project. So that seems, yeah, a great candidate for this. Yeah.
Hello.
Well, let's look. Let's try it. Because that's what we do around here. We double check stuff. Validate our assumptions, right? So we're going to go to ship fitting, and I'm going to go to hulls and fits, and it's totally wrong. He's totally wrong. He's totally wrong. Because I can go to Astero. And look, I have all of my Astero fits, even though they're not all named Astero. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. This one doesn't have the word Punisher. Well, maybe it has it in the text. Nope. Yeah, I don't think so. Hold on. Yeah, none of these have. Yep. Oh, this. Whoa, wait a minute. This does have last saved. These do have last saved. It has last saved on here. Wait a minute. I didn't know that. So yeah, I mean, it's easy. It's harder to see. Hanger fits. Nope, that works there too. My Paladin is not named Paladin, and if I look up Paladin, I get Paladin. So no, he's just wrong.
Seems that we have a secret setting in the client. There is a bracket always show ship text that we can, we have to open a file, the prefs.ini to enable, you know. And my proposal is to have these settings in the client that we enable or disable, because, you know, it's very useful. When we are in a small gang, we need to see the text. When we are in bigger fleets, it's a pain. And
yeah, so you can switch it more easily. Very good point.
That
some
was
of these
Alliance tournament tool. That's where that comes from.
That might be where the code originally got added. Yeah. This feels like one of those. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting idea. I don't know enough about the possible constraints on it. I don't know if you do.
Sorry.
No, not really.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely something to look into.
Okay. Another one is just an easy one, like FC command. Instead to regroup, also add a keep at range. Just a default is like 1,000 is okay. But maybe it can be useful in some situation instead of shipping, going around the sea.
So he's saying is when you do a regroup, it forces everybody to orbit you at 1K. He's asking it to potentially be able to be changed to keep it range. Because most of the time when people are asking you to anchor, they're asking you to keep it range, not orbit.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's
Isn't a dirty secret? Isn't regroup just keep it range 0?
I think it is.
I think it's orbits at 1,000.
Orbit 1,000.
It's, yeah. Sitonia coming in and being like, actually, that mechanic does this. Sitonia, by the way, this guy that's right here, is probably one of the most knowledgeable people in the entire game about the mechanics of the game. He was Sitonia when he was on our side of the fence. Now he's CCP Kestrel. There's a reason why he chimes in with the exact mechanics off the top of his head. He's by far, I'm pretty confident to say that he probably understands the mechanics of EVE Online better than any other single human being.
So yeah, essentially letting you choose variations of that the same way as you can with your other movement commands. That seems interesting.
Yep, he's the easy guy.
And the last one, remove the 30 bookmarks folder limit, because we have a lot of
more bookmarks,
folders,
more bookmark folders, more contracts.
Get to the limit.
Screw the database.
So I have to use my alts to create other bookmarks, and is a pay.
Yeah, thanks. This is similar to that request early on, where there are some performance limitations there, but there is probably room for us to expand.
Wiggle room, yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So I got a question.
And by the way, anytime we hear Little Things requests, anytime they do any of these kinds of panels, these same exact questions come up. We need more bookmarks. We need more of this. Oh, it's a performance issue. Like, this is the same old song and dance at this point. But, like, obviously, this is still an important thing for player feedback and communication between CCP and the player base. They have increased the limits on some of these things. Us continually asking for it is important, but I'm not surprised at all that a fair chunk of the questions are, hey, can I get the limit on X raised?
Stolen just before. The toggle always ship text is actually definitely in the tournament UI and it works. It's just a toggle on preferences and reloads the brackets. So you can go do that.
Correct.
Second of all is utilizing Windows heap trimming and compaction, because we've found that 1.1 gig clients after that can run at 400 meg consistently.
So that would have been, I don't know if you were in the previous talk. From
the engine team?
From the engine team. They would know more about, and I think, was I speaking to you about this yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's why this sounds familiar. So I think they would be the better ones to action on that, but we can certainly pass that on.
I don't know. Joe, did you leave? Joe was here earlier. We'll find him for you.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're calling each other by their real names instead of their CCP names. Ah!
Hey, so I'm a pretty new player, and more importantly, I'm also not a smart man. So you guys can correct me if this isn't already in the game, but from an interface standpoint, one of the things that has been very counterintuitive to me starting to play the game is utilizing your keyboard shortcuts for warp to or jump or align, approach, keep a distance, that kind of stuff. I believe the current interface is keyboard shortcut for orbit, for example, then click on target that you want to orbit around. What I would love and would be very intuitive to me is to just hit the shortcut and it goes into orbit immediately on whatever your currently selected celestial or target or anything like that is, if that's not already in the game.
Yeah, that's something that I know.
Right, DK. This is basically it's an ongoing discussion, right? This whole thing about the amount of contracts or whatever that's available to us versus performance is an ongoing discussion over the years as CCP improves the systems and they can get away with bigger buffers or potentially. Like, it's important to have it continually brought up, but I'm just saying, like, that is the old time song and dance, right? We're always going to have those conversations.
We've seen especially new players come in and have it doesn't meet their expectations. If I remember correctly, the current behavior was chosen with some concerns about people trying to type and not having the window selected in mind. I might be misremembering, but...
Yeah, shortcuts are complicated because, you've got shortcuts that behave differently in different contexts, and then also there's typing. This is why I recommend changing your D-scan from the default V to spacebar, because by default spacebar highlights the chat, and then all of your other hotkeys are just eaten. So by changing spacebar to D-scan, you don't accidentally hit spacebar and go into your chat, and then all of your other hotkeys are gone. It is a bit clunky that you have to be holding down the button when you click in order to do it. But it could very well be that, like, if you hit W and it just warps to whatever happens to be selected, that could also lead to a lot of confusion where players don't really understand what they did. Like, if I start typing and the first thing I hit is what, so W, and then suddenly I hear warp drive active, like, a newer player may not be equipped to recognize what happened, why it happened, and how to correct it. By the way, control space cancels all navigation, so if anything ever happens and you're, like, panicking, control space cuts off all your navigation, so that way if you, like, need to cancel a warp, cancel a jump, whatever it is, hit control space, it cancels all of your navigation that's currently going on.
Yeah, that's something I don't think we currently have a toggle for that, but it might be an interesting one to add as like a settings toggle. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect, thanks.
I would like more jump clones. Now I understand Rave may not want me to jump to delve
I use
anymore,
radial menu.
but more jump clones like in a station. So like 15's the max, that's fine, but like maybe 15 stations, and then in those stations you could have multiple jump clones, because like, you know, sometimes you're in an armor ship and you need armor implants, and then shield.
They actually just recently increased the number of jump clones you could have by adding a whole nother skill. The biggest concern, honestly, with the number of jump clones is as they add more implant sets, it becomes kind of a pain in the ass because you can't have like a clone for every implant set and you can't remove implants, which is why they eventually increased it. They did just recently increase it though. So, but I think this isn't necessarily a little thing. This is a design thing.
Shield implants and on and on and on. So hitting that 15 is pretty easy when you run multiple doctrines.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah. Thank you.
So with the fleet formations, I think it would be quite handy to have your current fleet formation in like the main memberless windows. So when you first create a fleet, if I'm remembering correctly, it remembers your last fleet formation that you used.
It does.
And to know what that is when you create the fleet, so you don't.
Once upon a time, they did try to get rid of the session change timer when it came to docking and undocking in citadels, and it ended up causing so many problems because of race conditions, because like you could cause a second thing to happen within that same period of time, that it led to like ships being ejected out of the station without any pilots. It just leads to all kinds of really bizarre things. So as painful as the session timer is, it is designed to help things be slowed down enough so that way the server doesn't make mistakes as it's trying to process everything. So the session timer is one of those things that, at least for now, is likely a burden we must bear.
So you're intentionally warping the fleet in the formation that you want.
Instead of like having forgotten that you still have it set from a previous one. Yep.
I've absolutely done that before, where I'll set the fleet formation and then forget about it until the next time I warp. Although I don't really use fleet formations that often right now, given the fact that like a lot of times when I do fleet stuff, it's going to be in faction warfare, which you can't really use fleet formations in faction warfare because everything's dead space. But yeah, no, it's super funny when you set a fleet formation to something and suddenly you're warping as a wall when you meant to warp as a point. This is another good example of like you can set a default warp to distance, and like as a faction warfare pilot, I at one point was tempted to change that. So like, oh, my default warp to distance is 60. And then the next time you try to warp to a Stargate, you're like, oh, I'm never doing this again.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's another great candidate for this kind of thing where it's probably a relatively small UI change. So definitely get it on the card and we'll pass it along to all the right people.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
What is fleet formation's use cases? Is it actually impactful in any scenario? It can be. The most impactful version of fleet formations is actually the relative formation. And the reason why is because you can have the core fleet together, and then you can have somebody 150 kilometers away, right? And then you can warp the fleet to that member. But because it's relative formation, everyone in the fleet is given an order to warp 150 kilometers in that direction, including the person that you're warping to. This is actually incredibly strong because now the entire fleet warps 150 kilometers, including your main, your anchor target that you're using to warp. So you could do it again and again and again and again. That is the biggest use for fleet formations, especially given the fact that larger fleets could actually have several pilots in different directions cloaked. And so they can warp around with far more flexibility than a normal fleet. That is the biggest use case for a fleet formation. I have seen sometimes fleet formations be used as a way of like making sure the Logi are further back than everyone else. But yeah, relative is definitely the most powerful fleet formation. The rest of them are just kind of fun.
On the structure management tab and utilities, it will show you the amount of fuel blocks you've got left in your structures, so you know how many days you need to refuel. Is there not a way to show how much gas, how many days left on our gas and our mechanite drills in the same area?
I'm sure there would be. Because
at the minute we have to click on every single drill to see how many fuel blocks we can see.
Yep.
We can't.
Yeah, I don't think there's any technical blockers here as much as there is we sort of approach the gas fuel from a different direction with the metanoxes. So we didn't really have the code support to do exactly the thing we wanted. So what we actually did is behind the scenes, what's happening is you're not generating moon goo, you're turning the gas into moon goo, kind of. But yes, this would need to be new code, but I can't think of any reason why it would be like prohibitive necessarily. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Hi, I would like to bring up a few things on skyhooks, starting with something that was partly covered already, was the remote management.
Yeah.
Now, we have a skyhook window that's dedicated for things like that, seeing all the reinforcement status, et cetera, but you can actually remote manage skyhook profiles, but you do it through the asset window, and then assets in space under your corporation, and you can do it in the right-click menu there. I would like that to be in the actual skyhook window. That makes a lot.
That one girl is like, wait, you can do what?
Sense.
Yeah.
Another thing I'd like to bring up with that is it would be really nice if we could expose the vulnerability and the status of reagent base for skyhooks. My thinking is that you would potentially create more conflict because a lot of friendly robbing happens. At the moment, in my alliance, the only people that can see it are those who are in the holding corporation. They can see all the vulnerability timers. The rest of the people have to look on the map actively and see the new pop-ups and say, okay, I'm gonna...
Welcome to our world, mother... All right, sorry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's an advantage to not using holding corporations. Also, as an invader, sure, yeah, make that available to everybody, please.
Go over there. Obviously, that's a visibility problem. If more people could be exposed to it in my alliance, more people can go and friendly rob and potentially encounter people wanting to rob in return.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to get really, like, I'm so bitter about skyhooks and robbing. It's like, oh, I want to make it so much easier for us to rob our own skyhooks and not make it easier for anybody else to do it, because apparently robbing skyhooks is for an activity for the people that own it, not for people from outside of the organizations. You know, we're not going into that right now.
I think we've also even discussed like the idea of trying to show like skyhooks that will be vulnerable soon, not just, yeah, exactly. So it's definitely something that we're thinking about, but just need the time for it. Thank you.
Thanks. One thing I'll note, we've got 5 minutes left in the time that's allotted. So basically, that just means we're probably going to be moving through the questions a bit more quickly from this point on.
And no one else can get in line.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed, Dutch.
Hi. You heard it before, the fleet management. So we have regroup, keep it range is very helpful. I handle 10 accounts, so for mining, but also for PvP, it's a great thing. Please integrate it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think we all have overviews with like 6 or 7 tabs, and not a lot of people have the screen real estate to have like multiple overview tabs open. So like a hotkey to switch through the overview tabs really quickly would be very great.
I like that idea a lot. That's a really good idea. Yeah.
I'm actually really surprised that doesn't already
coming
exist.
back to the Skyhook topic, I'm in my alliance really responsible for managing these vulnerability timers, so I can expose them to our people. I talked to you yesterday regarding this.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Please make it possible, either give them an ESI endpoint or make it so that they can go into the window and just copy everything and post it somewhere in Excel or somewhere, because that's the only window in Eve where I cannot copy stuff out of it.
Yeah.
Those are both really good ideas, I think.
I also think like the second one is a defect. Like I do it on purpose. You can't copy and paste in that window. Or copy the window.
Yeah. And again, shouting back to CCP Karka, who's done a lot of copy-paste.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, call it a defect. That's a good way to get it fixed. Sorry, like, unironically, there's a difference between, oh, that'd be a cool idea, and it's wrong that it doesn't do that yet, right? So, Cool. Glad it's being registered as a defect.
Tools, so I'm sure she'll look forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Hi. I use a lot of alts, and it's kind of annoying to trade commodities between alts.
Honestly, Malik, if there's anybody trying to fuck up wormholes with sovereignty, it's usually wormholers that are like asking to be able to build supers and titans in wormholes. I guess some of them are nullsecers masquerading as wormholers, but yeah, no sov for wormholes. Let's just call it what it is.
Instead of, and my alts are all in
I'll stand by that
corporation,
position.
so is there a way to rent a personal hangar and assign characters to them so I can just easily put transfers into there? And
wait, what?
To trade commodities between alts. Instead of, and my alts are all in someone else's corporation, so is there a way to rent a personal hangar and assign characters to them so I can just easily put transfers into there?
So this is a thing that, like, part of a broader thing, the idea of like ACL-powered hangars would be really cool.
Yeah.
It's just quicker.
I mean, this has been something that's been on our like list of things that would be interesting to explore for a very long time.
Excuse me. Oh, wow. What happened there? I actually think it'd be really cool that if you deployed a TCU and you named the TCU, that also named the system for as long as that TCU is in existence. And then when you blow up the TCU, it'd revert back to its original name.
There's obviously some challenging, some technical work. Anything to do with inventories like this has been a bit of a challenge, but we looked at this all the way back when we first introduced citadels, and I think it's something that makes a lot of sense, but I can't promise when it would be because it wouldn't be trivial. It's not a little thing, but I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're right, it wouldn't work for wormholes, but I think that wormholers already do a pretty good job of naming their wormhole. And again, like, I will stand firm until I'm convinced otherwise, but that wormholes are all about being on the frontier. It's pioneering. It is like you are inherently controlling uncontrollable space, right? So like LowSec is about uncontrollability in the fact that you cannot fully secure a system. Nullsec is about sovereignty. Wormhole space is about being at the edge of tolerance, right? You have to bring things in just to be able to survive. There's long-term survival, like, concerns. Nothing is permanent. There's no safety. It is very frontierish. I hesitate to use that word given that frontiers exist now. But, like, anything involving sovereignty or claiming or naming or any of that, anything about making it really actually more yours besides what you are enforcing upon it, I don't think is right for wormholes. They should divide wormholes into wormholes and shadow wormholes. Well, they have. Shadow wormholes you can't occupy at all. You cannot build structures there. So there's no long-term occupation of a shadow wormhole outside of like living out of a porpoise.
Hey, I wanted to ask if we could get an LP transaction history, especially if the corp is receiving a gifted LP from...
LP transaction history, Evermark transaction history, Paragon store transaction history. We'll throw in there contract, visible contract history. Like the fact that the market has a good history makes it so that everything else not having a history is painful. Deploying a mobile tractor unit and be like, yes, this system is now named this. Plex wallet transaction history. Exactly. Insane that these things aren't in there.
Another character, it would really help to know who was the one gifted it and how many.
Yep, LP transaction logs are definitely a wanted feature. So yeah. Definitely agree with that.
And the second one was just, can we have probably the possibility to change an orbital plane by hand from the default? So if I got a ship orbiting, so I can alter that inclination.
That'd be cool.
That would also really help, or the direction of travel.
So because we're in short time, complicated physics reasons why that's not straightforward to do. A lot of our performance optimizations that let us scale to huge fights mean that all of those planes are kind of all pre-calculated rather than being individually customized per ship. So quite a lot of technical issues that would be making that difficult, unfortunately.
Thank you.
So, and I guess I'm the last one. Since Supers doesn't get lots of love in the last few months, years, I would ask to have some better fighter management so that you basically can easier manage your fighters in your super carrier or normal carrier. It's very a pain if you have multiple accounts using a super or more carriers than once.
So this is not a little thing, I would say, because he doesn't actually have a thing that he's zeroing in, right? Fighter UI needs to be better. Okay, well, that's easy to say. What's wrong with it? How can it be better? And how can we make it better in a way that, like, gives us a lot of bang for our buck? We could all, like, you got to be specific.
Yeah, that is really painful.
Yep, I think it's a very good point. That's a UI element that we just haven't really gone back into another polish pass on in a while, and it could definitely use it, yeah.
And I got another one. Would it be possible to get some kind of battleship that is also capable to support shield?
Yes.
So an equivalent to the Nestor, perhaps?
Yep.
Little things. Can we get a shield Nestor? What did they bring it up at the balance pass to? I mean, bring it up everywhere. It's true. It might as well have it. I'll just say chain healing from Edencom ship, please.
This has been, I mean, this is obviously one, not the first time we've heard this. It's been a discussion for many years. And I think, yeah, I'd say the odds that it'll happen eventually is essentially 100%. It'll most definitely happen at some point. I can't commit to when, but it's one of those ideas that keeps bubbling back up. And when things keep bubbling back up, that's a good sign that they're worth doing.
Yeah. I guess the Deathless would be a good addition.
It's possible, yeah.
Thank you so much. We are out of time, but you guys have been great, and you've gotten a lot of good ideas. Thank you for speaking on them. Just leave your cards on the table. We will collect them, I promise you. We will also make sure that if they're not something that we can do, but something that we can then push to the team that does.
Yep, I was just putting the QR code. If you want to write down more suggestions, this is the web page for the little things.
Yep. So that you.
All right, that is it, guys. So today we have covered the Abyss, the entrance to the Abyss. We did Exotics, which is one of the easier Abysses to do, with a trainer Hila, which is one of the easier ships to get into. And we also went over the little things that CCP have been working on and giving suggestions and thoughts about it and looking at it in order to figure out, like, I love these kinds of discussions because it really gives us an insight as to where CCP is at with things, not just whether or not it's a good or bad suggestion. So I've had a great time hanging out with you guys and exploring both the Abyss and the little things. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Especially big thanks to the Random Sack for those skins that we did for giveaways, as well as Pandemic for those gifted subs. It is very appreciated. You know, supporting the stream is why I'm able to do all of this. So make sure to like this stream if you haven't already. Today's been a pretty cool stream, I think. But tomorrow we will be back with more in the Abyss. I've got 4 other ships to show off, 4 other weathers, and we've got plenty of videos from CCP, from the FanFest presentations, like the stream for the Guineas. But all that said, I have been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even the context for you, my fellow Imperians. Thank you guys so much for coming, hanging out, liking, commenting, subscribing, and sharing it with a friend, because that's how we expand the knowledge of the player base, making a better player base, and a better player base makes a better EVE Online. Please consider joining the Convocation of Empyreans in-game. We are here to maximize player engagement at EVE Online, and if you are new to EVE or returning to EVE, make sure to use the link down below to get your 1,000,000 free skill points. That's 40 days of alpha training, 20 days of omega training for free, no strings attached. And joining it, using it, helps those that help the corporation or the Convocation of Empyreans and my stream. But all that said, I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. And until next time, I'll see you in space. Smash that like button. Yeah. Wrecking shot that subscribe button. All right, I'm out.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city